subscribe. Subscribe to my guy, Uncle D. Tell him Big Bass sent you.
Dennis Spurling. I'm an attorney here in Houston, Texas, an advocate for black men, largely because I am a black man. I'm a black father, I have black sons. Hey man, I do what I do.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the broadcast. Shout out to everybody in the chat room. Y'all hit the #1 button as you come in. Look, man, we've been talking a lot about culture. We've been talking about a lot about Black American culture. And the thing is, over the years, I've had an opportunity, like many of you all, to study African culture. Shout out to Rasta Hill. And this came about because, as they say, when you point your finger at one person, when you point your finger, expect two fingers to be pointed back at you. And what I'm saying is, we always have these people that talk about Black American culture or our lack thereof. And as a Black American man, as a foundational Black American man, born and raised in this culture, it forced me to have to say, well, what is our culture? And again, culture, and I'm going to say this, and you're definitely going to learn something today. Culture is the thing, the programming, if you will, that causes for a group of people to be propelled into the future. In other words, it's your programming that causes for you to succeed. It's what you pass down. How do we survive in this particular country? How do we survive here? It's your culture, And I would say there's no other group of people in the world that I know that have been under as much scrutiny and hardship as foundational Black Americans and have survived, and not only survived, but also thrive. So I think it's only important that we highlight our culture and explain to Africans specifically. And the reason I'm going to address Africans specifically is because they seem to be the main ones who tell us we don't have a culture, of course, along with the Caribbean folk coming in second. And, we respect their culture, but at the end of the day, if you want to impose your culture on me or tell me how superior your culture is, well, I want to examine it. And for the most part, Black Americans reject African culture. They just reject it wholesale. And what we're going to do today is we're going to go into great detail and explain why. Now, that being the case, the first thing I want to do is say, again, welcome to the broadcast. My name is Dennis Spurling. This is the Dennis Spurling broadcast, a podcast. And I am absolutely certain, and I can go so far as to say that I will promise you that you are going to learn something. This is not fast food. This is oftentimes a 7-course meal that you're eating over here, which is why you can start off looking at this an hour in and 2 hours in and sometimes 3 hours in, and you will still be getting nuggets, information that you can take with you for the rest of your life. The wisdom that you'll learn, the parables, the information will actually help you have a better understanding of the world we live in. And I take pride in the work I do. But that being the case, let me first acknowledge my wrench mob. All my guys with wrenches, all my ladies with wrenches. Hit the wrench mob. Hit the #1 button if you have a wrench. All my people who are members, man, big shout out to my members, man. Pooh Man 313, everybody else who came through, man. Make sure you join the membership. We are marching close to 100,000 subscribers. I'd like to get a nice big gold plaque and put on the back wall behind me. And big shout out to all my subscribers, everybody out here, man. But anyway, let me make this clear. Black America does not want failed African culture. Okay, and this isn't a matter of disrespect. It's a matter of survival. African culture has failed Africans. okay? And we don't want to import that failure here. If African culture were effective, the continent would not be mired in corruption and tribal warfare and broken infrastructure and chronic dependence on foreign aid. The systems, the beliefs, the leadership models imbued in much of African society have repeatedly proven incapable of withstanding the pressures of modern day societies. Culture, in its scientific sense, as defined by scholars like the great Dr. Wade Nobles and one of my favorites, Dr. Amos Wilson, is not just about dance. It's not about food or religion. Culture is a functional survival system. It's the psychological software a group develops to ensure survival across generations. If your culture can't protect, provide, and preserve your people, it's a broken system. And by every measurable standard, African culture, the same African culture that produces these folks to come to the United States and tell us they're superior to us, particularly in its current form, has failed that test. Let's go deeper. Matriarchal cultures do not survive against patriarchal ones. And that's not an opinion, it's a historical fact. Matriarchal Egypt, once a global superpower, was overrun by patriarchal Greeks and then Romans. Why? Because patriarchy organizes power vertically. It enforces responsibility at the top and mobilizes defense aggressively. Matriarchy, in contrast, and this is when women are in charge, it disperses responsibility and often burdens women with leadership without true structural protection. It collapses under external force. And that's why in modern conflict, patriarchal nations dominate the globe and matriarchal ones vanish or get absorbed. Lastly, let's kill the myth. And I'm gonna hurt some feelings here, but you're gonna learn something tonight. Colonization is not the root cause of Africa's poverty. Now, I mentioned this the other day, but for the transatlantic slave trade and Africans' participation in that horrific endeavor, there would have been no foothold for European countries to colonize. Nevertheless, colonization ended over 60 years ago for most of Africa. And that's 3 generations of independence. In that time, the continent has received billions of dollars in aid and had access to global trade and retained abundant natural resources, yet the cycle of mismanagement continues. See, the true culprit is internal. The biggest problem with Africa is the African leadership, which is weak. The lack of unity, the tribal fragmentation, the cultural systems that reward hierarchy without accountability. It wasn't the colonizers who made Africa poor. It was the inability of African culture to evolve and lead itself out of the ruins. This is why foundational Black Americans refuse to continue to romanticize Africa. We are not a branch of a broken tree. We are our own root, reborn in fire, hardened by struggle, and sharpened by the most hostile environment on earth for foundation for Black people. America. And will not trade that hard-earned identity for a system that already collapsed under its own weight. Now look here. I know I'm gonna hurt some feelings and I'm okay with that. Again, colonization is not the reason why Africa is poor. And so we're gonna have a real conversation today, a factual one, because for far too long, we've been repeating the lie that serves no one. And that lie is Africa is poor because of colonization. Now let's set the record straight. In one of the published articles I listed, and it's going to be in the description section, the bottom 10 countries in the world for doing business, right? Okay, this is in Africa. And these aren't my opinions. These are the metrics measured across the globe. Number 1, Chad. Number 2, Haiti. Number 3, the Central African Republic. Number 4, the Democratic Republic of Congo. Number 5, the South Sudan, Libya, Yemen, Venezuela, Eritrea, and Somalia. These countries consistently fall behind due to their hostile regulatory environments, their unstable legal systems, and their closed economies. But here's the thing, not all African nations are struck. There are exceptions. Countries like Mauritius, Rwanda, Kenya, and South Africa, Botswana, and Zambia, they've started to move in the right direction. In fact, there are articles out right now that say some of these places are going to be rising stars, one of them being Rwanda. You see? It's actually comparable to an Eastern Bloc company, Eastern European country, Georgia. Why? Largely because Rwanda's president, he's not making excuses. He didn't point to the colonizers. He looked ahead. He said he wants Rwanda to become the Singapore of Africa. Speaking of which, Singapore is one of the most successful third world countries. Oh, it went from a third world country slump to a first world economic powerhouse. It has been colonized over and over and over again. But now Singapore became wealthier than its former colonizer, Great Britain. So the next time someone tells you that Africa is poor because of colonization, ask them, well, why then is Singapore rich? Okay? Every region on this planet has been colonized. Colonization is part of human history. Europe colonized Europe. Africans, I mean, if you don't believe me, ask the Scottish about the English. They've been fighting a war for thousands of years just to do away with that. Arabs colonized much of the world. Asians did too. But somehow only Africa is told or is telling itself that it can't prosper because of colonization. That narrative is insulting and, more importantly, is false. Here's the thing you got to understand. Ethiopia was never colonized, but it's one of the poorest countries in the world, one of the worst places to do business. You understand? Look at Dubai. 25 years ago, it was a patch of worthless sand. But the leaders of Dubai made a bold decision. They adopted the British common law for commercial purposes. In other words, they got a stable legal system. They brought retired British judges to train the locals. They rewrote their commercial codes. And today, Dubai is one of the top 10 international financial centers in the world. And this is why a stable legal system matters. You can't do this in a banana republic. But they won't remove the barrier strangling local entrepreneurship. Okay? They won't. So what's holding Africa back? Itself. Number one, corruption on all levels. Rampant corruption amongst politicians and officials and business elites. You can't do business there. And then you have the disunity, the ethnic and tribal loyalty over merit. You'll promote your tribal member over somebody who's excellent at what they do. And then you have the citizens over there who defend the corrupt leaders simply because they share the same ethnic ties. Then, of course, there's a lack of accountability. Leaders and elites act without, they don't even fear being punished. They know they can exploit the system, they can run off with the money. And on top of that, they got poor leadership. Many African nations suffer from inept or selfish leaders who lack any long-term national vision. You got governments that function inefficiently. There's no transparency. It's incompetence. You got weak rule of law. The law, you don't know what's going to happen. And then the other things, you got overpopulation and underdevelopment. Africans make a big deal about the fact that, you know, there's going to be millions more of them in the next 20 or 30 years. So what? You rapid population that outpaces the infrastructure and resource capacity. That means you're going to have a bunch of poor people starving. And here's another one. You have the normalization of microaggressions or micro corruption, like everyday bribery is normal to pay off officials and police. It's embedded in the daily life. You can't do business there. That's culturally accepted. Here's another one, the victim mindset that they have. There's a cultural tendency to blame the past, particularly colonization, instead of taking responsibility for change. And then the biggest one is there's just a lack of will, a lack of unity, a lack of organization, no central national duty, not strong enough to reform. So these are the issues that are holding Africa back. All right, you got systematic failure. You got lack of discipline, bribes. You can't do business with these people. And these are the people that want us. They want us to see their culture as superior. And we're not going to do it. And again, I talked a little bit about Ethiopia. Look, Ethiopia, for decades, many have argued that Africa's poverty stems primarily from colonization. And yeah, we understand colonization has left scars and it partitioned borders and distorted economies and there's cultural trauma. But that doesn't explain the stark differences between nations that were also colonized. And I spoke about Ethiopia having never been colonized. And then when you look at Singapore, Singapore should be struggling because it stayed being colonized. Okay? It was briefly occupied by Mussolini in World War II, but it regained its sovereignty by 1941. And it proudly resisted imperialism and maintained a continuous monarchy until the 1970s. And so in theory, this country, Ethiopia, should be flourishing, right? But no, Ethiopia is one of the poorest countries in the world. As of 2024 and 2025, the gross domestic product per capita was about $1,100 to $1,300 US dollars. Broke. You see? 2/3 of Ethiopia's population live in a multi-dimensional poverty, okay? Much of its economy is still centered around subsistence agriculture, which is about 35% of the gross national product, and employs over 70% of the population. You got a bunch of farmers out there just trying to make a little food to feed themselves. You see? Now contrast that with Singapore. It was colonized many times, but now it's extremely rich. It was colonized by the British in the 19th century. The Japanese occupied Singapore in World War II and did horrible things to them. Okay. In 1965, the GDP of Singapore was $500 US. Compare that to South Africa and Mexico at the time. They were doing better. The country has no natural resources. The population is divided. Yet you had some visionaries who came in, a man named Lee Kuan Yew, and now they're at $1,300 a year, at least by 1990, gross domestic product. That is great. You see? Now by 2023, a couple of years ago, $84,000. That puts it amongst the richest in the world. So again, the claim that colonization is the sole reason for Africa's poverty, it collapses under scrutiny. Okay? So now we have to look and examine, well, what is it then? What is it? Okay? The problem is it's their culture. Now, that being the case, I want to let you guys take out a few videos so we can go ahead and set this premise. You guys hit the #1 button. Let me know if you can hear these videos. I found it's a lot of interesting stuff going on. Somebody typed, boycott? This Friday's boycott is coming up. This is a very interesting thing going on. Now, again, we don't bother folk. Most Black Americans don't bother anybody. but for some reason, everybody's coming for us, and it's a
Anti-black the world has been very, very odd. Well, how anti-black American the world is. Let me be specific. Like, we literally get smoked from all angles. You know, me just expressing my point of view, giving a perspective, the same as anybody else. My race is automatically attacked. My culture is automatically attacked. My lineage is automatically attacked. My complexion has gotten attacked. My hair texture is attacked. The way I dress is attacked.
When the sister says her lineage is attacked, what she means is anytime we tell people we're American, the first thing they do is say, well, where are your people from? As if we're gonna point to some tribe in on the west coast of Africa somewhere. You don't ask Jamaicans where their lineage is from. They tell you they're Jamaican, you're cool. Same thing with Trinidadians and Bahamians. It's just Americans that you have the smoke for. And we're noticing that. Shout out to TIQS. Thank you for being the first person to contribute to the super chat. Let's let the sister finish talk.
Like, there literally are people pretending to pick cotton as a dig. It's utterly disgusting, you know, and responding to people, meeting them where they are. It's like we're just automatically supposed to turn the other cheek and always take the fucking high road. Like, what is that? The world is so used to beating us down. I just saw this African woman going on a rant about how much she just hates Black Americans, and she lives in America. Like, ma'am, do you not understand that civil rights laws are primarily one of the reasons why you're able to successfully migrate here and set up shop and create a life for yourself? Like, it's just mind-boggling. I did not know that it was like this. And starting my journey on social media has been crazy, even with TikTok. Like, literally, me responding to racist comments, my comments get flagged. I have to appeal comments, yet the racism just easily bleeds through. It's so crazy. It kind of feels like being on an island alone. Spread love, it's your Brooklyn way. It's the Brooklyn way.
Shout out to that sister, man. She really put. Check this video out. So the thing is, you know, they act as though we don't have the internet. You know what I'm saying? They act as though we can't see what's going on in Africa. They act as though if they had a culture worth envying, the rest of the world wouldn't be, you know, running after it. But the truth is, a lot of these people, or let me say it like this, Black men and Black women in America are waking up, and I like to see it.
And it hit me. Black people have been calling for delineation. This is different than the boycott, but they were calling for delineation. And you can hear throughout the week, you can hear the anger and the upset and a lot of Black Americans' voices. But when I look at it and I think about what's been going on, Black Americans have been experiencing a paper genocide. Now, tell me if that's too strong of a statement, but if I were just to look at what's been going on in legislation, documentation, immigration, it is the intentional erasure of Black American history and Black American culture. So I don't say this lightly. I know those are strong words, but the upset and the uproar by quote unquote foundational Black Americans is because they understand, you know, we going out for Palestine, we going out for all these other injustices. But here at home, we are experiencing a paper genocide, and we have to come together, make sure that doesn't happen. I heard many prophets say on TikTok, Trump was going to bring back righteousness, and everybody mocked those prophets. But the righteousness is that people are waking up to the truth. I don't know. Y'all tell me in the comments if I'm really just reading too much into this.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, you know, a lot of people, a lot of Black Americans are seeing things for what they are. Now, you all remember this young lady who was saying that she was going to bring war. I don't think it had the effect that she thought it was going to have, because apparently that lovely young woman was removed from her job as a result of Black Americans coming together and contacting her supervisor, whomever, and telling her supervisor what was being said. The idea that you would tell your so-called allies who are doctors not to vote for you, not to treat foundational Black Americans is a silly idea. Shout out to
Idiot
Hard.
got online
Very
with her
nice.
whole chest telling Africans, Caribbeans, and whoever was listening to try to counterattack what we said we're doing. And had the nerves to tell or suggest that African doctors working in our country would stop treating Black Americans. That is a whole crime. We could have brought the whole medical industry down to their knees if they were stupid enough to listen to this child. So now she got the Freedmen, what are they called? The Freedmen Nation. I think I heard about them some time ago. I think they're like rebooting the Freedmen Bureau that was erected after slavery. And it really was... it was a good idea, but they ended up, a lot of people that was running it, white folks ended up literally stealing millions of dollars from freed men and women. Yeah, do some research, check that out. Or I might do a video on it. But anyway, the American Freedmen Legal Fund jumped in on that ass. I told y'all need to start writing these checks that your ass can't cash. They said, we have received all her work information. We are moving forward. We now have full documentation and her employment and professional affiliations. Because of her actions, freedmen patients are being placed at risk. This is not only unethical, it is a direct threat to our community's health and safety. Let this be clear.
Now, I want to point out something, and it's something that most real foundational Black Americans know. Let me just say it like this. We haven't been living amongst white people and not inherited some of their beliefs. And in fact, Black people, foundational Black Americans, and the real white people, the ones who can trace their lineage back hundreds of years, we have an understanding, okay? And that does not necessarily mean it's peaceful, but Black people can be prejudiced too. We do harbor some xenophobic beliefs. We do have jokes. I'm not one of these people to tell you that, get on here and tell you that Black people we can't necessarily be racist, because racism is a system and we don't control any systems here in the United States. But there are systems around the world where Black people are in charge, and you have seen them exercise the old boy system and the nepotism style racism. And so it's not like we can't do it. But what I want to try to point out to you all is that Black Americans have literally been bending over backwards not to be bigoted towards Africans and Caribbeans. But see, now, since the cat is out the bag, it's going to start coming out more. Take a listen to what the brother says. He's a popular.
We are taking over. Go cry to master. Black Americans.
If you ain't Black with Southern roots, I'm talking about them real Mississippi, Louisiana, Alabama roots, them Carolina roots.
Shout out to Chris Barber.
I don't know you.
So what the brother is trying to explain to you is that the Africans and the Caribbeans, they thought that they were the only ones who can be exclusionary. I guess they must have thought foundational Black Americans have been here in the United States for 300, 400, 500, 600, 700 years, depending on when you start counting. And we just didn't pick up any traits from the system. Yeah, we have been openly letting Caribbeans and Africans into our folds, but that doesn't mean necessarily that Black people don't see a difference. It's just we were willing to look past those differences. And so now, and see a lot of people, and here's another thing, they've been apologizing. You have a lot of Africans apologizing and saying they sorry and please forgive us, but this is not there's no going back at this point. Okay. Moving forward, this is what it's going to be like. Okay. A lot of Africans, of course, there's going to be exceptions, but they're going to see you just like they see people of other ethnicities. They're going to start treating Africans just like they treat any other. I know my people, and this is just what we do. This is what we come together on. This is what we do.
I don't know you.
I don't know you.
I don't trust you. I ain't got nothing for you. You might look like me. I don't know you, cuz. Y'all be talking like y'all better than us. Shit. Let me introduce you to a nigga that talk like he better than y'all. 35 cents a day ass motherfuckers. Man, y'all got the game fucked up.
Yeah.
All the way fucked up.
Yeah.
Who is these niggas, man? Who let these niggas in here?
Family friend. And so, you know, and the thing is, like, again, as I said earlier, when you point a finger at somebody, expect two fingers to be pointed back at you. This is what's going on in Africa right now. This is what's been going on.
Bonjour.
Look at that. You got this little Frenchman pulling up on a motor scooter, offering his little black baby. Look what he offering us.
Bonjour.
Look at Big Brother. Big Brother. It's like, run.
Yeah.
Look, he holding the candy out. This is what's going on in Africa. This is the culture that you all are bringing us. I'm just saying, this is what y'all allow. Look at the little brother going back to the candy. He like, no. This what y'all allow. This is with video. This what's going on. Huh? Nah, we don't want no parts of that. Shout out to Keisha Ma. No, we good on that. No. As they say, no. We don't want no parts of that. Y'all can have all of that. You understand me? You can have every bit of that. Like I said before, we can be as xenophobic as anybody else. It is what it is. You see, here's a good example right here. Look at old mama.
I speak English.
Thank you.
I speak English. Thank you. I am from the United States. Thank you very much. Please.
So apparently there was a confrontation at the Goodwill, and this sister, this queen, this beautiful sister, said, "I'm call ice on you. I'm about to call ice on you. That's what I'm gonna do. We need to speak English." I don't know what happened. I don't know what transpired beforehand, but all I know is let me go ahead and call ice on you. Let me go ahead. That's the little old lady that sit on the porch and call the police on everybody, keeping up a racket in her neighborhood. Okay, she sit out on the stoop for a little while on the days when it's not too hot. But normally she sit on the windowsill and look and see who doing what and who wearing what. Okay, that's who you're running across.
Please.
Okay?
Please. I'm from the United States. Why don't you go somewhere? You are being rude.
Betty Jones.
Please call.
Betty Jones. Somebody type Betty Jones. Betty Jones. She called a nice on. Praise God. Look at that. Betty Jones.
Yes,
please.
She better get on my face.
You know what?
And she will fight you. You see that hand? You better get out of my face. She'll fight you. She'll put them hands on and feet.
Dollar 911.
I'm so glad I ran into you. I'm so glad I ran into you. You know why? Because I'm from the United States.
I'm at the Goodwill.
Call, please.
Oh.
You wrong for that, Betty Jones. That is not what Jesus. Okay. We like to call an order. We have some special discussions we like to talk today. Miss Betty Jones, who's a longtime member of Second Ebenezer Baptist Church, Southern Firestorm related, was filmed on social media being very hostile to one of our fellow American citizens are being chastised right now. And we would like to hold a special condemnation for Sister Betty Jones, because this is not the sort of conduct we would condone in our church. Our church doors are open. We have a We have a lot of Latinos that come to our church. We have a lot of white people, a lot of Asians, a lot, you know, the Orientals. A lot of Orientals come to our church, and we want to keep the doors open. We even have Africans coming to our church. A lot of Africans come to our church, and you know them people from them island people, and we want to make sure they have a welcome. And as she is standing at the door as a greeter, and now that she's become famous, if not infamous, then I think I revoke. We move to revoke her status as third Sunday greeter, and remove her from the deaconess board. Hallelujah! Can I get a second? they better have that vote when Miss Betty ain't there.
138.
Please, what happened?
And there are a couple of illegals here that are confronting
Wow,
me.
I'm illegal.
Yeah.
That's so funny.
That's
I'm not illegal, thank you.
Right.
I'm not illegal.
Thank you.
Talking like she had a stroke. You know what I'm talking? Talking slow like that. Look, what I'm saying is, and I don't know why you woke these. Why you get them started? Let me just get a little closer. Why'd y'all get these people started? I know my people. Why'd y'all get them started? Why'd you do? You can't apologize your way out of this, sir.
A black American.
I've already apologized to the black Americans.
I don't think they accepting it.
That the island people, the Africans, the Spanish people, all of us that are in America, all the people that we know we're not white, but some of you still think you're white. But I have apologized to black Americans because we have disrespected them. We have disrespected them.
Yeah,
all our immigrants. We have disrespected them.
That's what I'm saying. Why now?
They are right. They have been fighting and fighting and fighting. That is why we were even allowed to come to America. And yet still we disrespect them continuously.
Big up, stand up.
West Indian people, island people, African,
big up, stand up.
Spanish people.
Don't give up the fight. No, it's a little too late now, Playboy.
Wherever you are, from South America, from DR, from Puerto Rico, wherever you are.
No, y'all been saying we ain't the same people,
black
sir.
Americans. We don't understand that they are right. They have been fighting. That's because of them why we were even allowed to come to America. We've been saying that. We have to cut out this shit. I don't want to see none of this shit anymore on social media. We are fucking one. We are all fighting for the same cause. We are all fighting for the same cause. We are all black. Do you think that the system sees us as any different? We are the fucking same.
That's what we've been telling y'all. They don't see you any different. Family friendly. Stop cursing too. The sphere, you different. They see you as different. You've been seeing us as different. We've been telling y'all.
They've been fighting for us now, for black people.
No, we've been fighting for the Bible, and y'all been reaping the benefit of it. But see now, see, I know what's happening. This is what's happening now. Let me show you what's going on. This is what's going on. No, you going back. You going back after. Look at how they rolling him up out of there. You out of here. You are out of here. And there's no back. Hit the road, Jack. Don't you come back no more. They tell us stop resisting. Just comply. Somebody try to work harder in the chat room. That's what y'all told us. Y'all told us to work harder, and now guess what's happening? It ain't working for you.
Here in Lukeville, we are quite literally in the middle of nowhere. 2.5 hours to the closest major city. Thousands are crossing here illegally every day, and the situation is completely unsustainable. We'll step out, give you a look at the scene here. This is a mass of hundreds upon hundreds of people who have crossed the border illegally and are camped out here at the border wall, waiting to be apprehended by Border Patrol. You'll quickly notice these are all single adult men. There is not a single woman or child in this group you're looking at. And these guys are coming in from all over the world. Large amounts of African men from Senegal, from Guinea, from Mauritania, from Egypt, others from the Middle East, others from Asia.
You know why?
This is Border Patrol.
We know what this is about.
Oh, where are my nieces? I need my nieces to come to the front. African Americans, I am sorry. I am so
You being ugly. You being very ugly. But keep going.
sorry. Okay. I have to make this video with sadness in my heart, okay? Because I see the TikTok videos where African Americans come into my shop and they are being disrespected and they are being handled wrong. I just want to say I am so sorry.
Miss Messy, that's what you are.
Oh, we are family, African Americans. I love you. When the white man came to Africa to take you away, we cry. We cry for 2 days all our life, African Americans. You know, we need each other, okay? You need us and we need you. How else are you going to go to the ghetto looking good? You cannot look good in the ghetto without us. You cannot go into your Section 8 home with bad braids. You come to us, we make it look nice for you, African Americans. You know, we love you. You are family. Now bring us your money.
That's what it's about. You need to stop mocking them people. You know these people out here suffering. That's why they're apologizing like they're apologizing now. They look, okay? They saying they sorry.
For the sins of the leaders in Africa, and in particular, the sin of selling our own brothers and sisters into slavery.
Oh, we brothers now. We brothers?
This great...
You know, when people, all of a sudden, they start calling us brothers and sisters and so on and so forth.
Sin brought untold pain and misery to millions of people of African descent, and the judgment to the African people who...
Now, this is the president of Uganda, right? The president of Uganda, right? They apologize. What's this about?
Remained on the continent. The grave sin of slavery scattered our people all over the face of the earth.
Our people, huh? I thought y'all was selling other tribes. I thought we weren't the same people, sir.
Where they have suffered great deprivations and loss.
Great deprivations.
If it were not for the part that our African kings and chiefs played in the slave trade, this evil trade could not have survived.
For all you folks saying that Africans don't care nothing about African Americans, they don't want us over there, that's a lie. Stop with the lies.
Fuck on you.
Stop with the lie. I think it's something else to it. Let's let the sister cook.
This
Talk to me,
isn't
baby.
nothing new. Watch what I'm about to show you. So mind you, it started with Biden. He pretty much allowed this to happen. Okay, this is the Executive Order 14089, establishing the President's Advisory Council on Africa.
What the sister is explaining to you all is that they have got to get foundational Black Americans on board so that they can go ahead and get this reparations money and get this access to this $1.7 trillion that we have. What do they call us now? Section 6. They got rid of Section 8. And now we Section 6. All of us Black folk over here in America, we Section 6 now, something like that. Section, what is it called? Regent 6 or something like that. Keep listening.
African diaspora engagement in the United States. Y'all could go look this up. So he signed an executive order December 13, 2022, establishing the President's Advisory Council on African Diaspora Engagement in the United States. And then it was revoked January 20th, 2025. So after it was revoked, they tried to create another bill. It is literally the same thing. It's the same thing. See, it says the same thing. The African immigrant community continues to make significant contributions to Americans' growth and prosperity. The United States government encourages.
They didn't say African American. They said the African community. In other words, we got all these Africans over here and they're contributing. So let's just keep sending our people over there and eventually we'll be able to take over. We'll get our people in front and have leadership roles, and then we'll just steer those Akatas in the direction that we want them to go in. Keep listening.
Efforts to advance equity and opportunity for the African diaspora in the United States, and will continue to encourage efforts to strengthen culture, social, political, and economic ties between African communities, the global African diaspora in the United States.
So they're on a mission. They're on a mission to get us on board so they can benefit off their treachery when they originally sold it. So they're gonna be apologizing and saying they sorry for about the next decade until y'all soften up. Keep listening.
And it talks about the same exact things. God, shut up. It talks about how they want to establish the President's Advisory Council on African diaspora engagement in the United States, the membership and how it can't consist of no more than 12 members. Strategies to advance equity and opportunity for African diaspora communities, including through efforts coordinated by the Domestic Policy Council under Executive Order 13985 of January 20th, 2021, advancing racial equity and support for underserved communities through the federal government. I need to go look and see what the hell that is. Ways to support the United Nations Permanent Forum on People of African Descent. Programs and initiatives to strengthen cultural, social, political, and economic ties between African communities, the global African diaspora in the United States, such as
in other words, all you Akatas, we need you Akatas to come on. We're gonna come over there. We're gonna bring our African culture, and we're gonna send a bunch of Africans over there, and we're gonna take over, and we're gonna be in charge of the money because we know you all can't handle that. Let's keep listening. This is what's going on.
How the fuck you think we supposed to pay for it?
Yeah.
The Department of State shall provide funding and administrative support. It's all just weird because it's like y'all are.
I love this sister right here. I believe this sister from Chicago. She is brilliant. She's beautiful. This is I love to hear a sister like this speak on these issues, man. It's just real cool, man. Y'all go make sure y'all follow her page if you haven't already. But keep listening.
Do this. Like y'all are already embedded in Black American politics and decisions that are made on behalf of Black.
I mean, if I didn't know better, I would think there's purposely sending their people over here to take over. I mean, it seems like they're putting their own people in positions, education, business, politics. I mean, where have we been? My brother, we just let them in, huh? And now it looks like they got a foothold in, and they say, well, now, okay, well, let's go ahead and turn this into some money. I didn't know we were Region 6. Is it Region 6 or Section 6? So they got rid of Section 8, and they gave us Section 6, signed into law by no Black American person's friend, Joe Biden. Keep thinking about that. Let's listen to the baby. Let's listen to this lady talk.
Americans, look how many mayors, senators, just people in our politics already who are part of the diaspora. How many people we have on the Black Caucus that are part of the diaspora. So why would you need a second fucking bill for yourself, for your own people? When you have just done this in your own country.
So what the sister is saying is, this is not a bill for Black Americans. This is a bill for Africans in America. I want you to think about that and what that's saying. They want a whole law in place that benefits them. Think about it. Somebody type delineation in the chat room.
You got to do it over here. You're over here to better our country, not yours. So that's the problem. That's where the lines are getting crossed. If you want to better your own community, your own country, then you need to go back to your own country.
One of the 54.
When it says that you want us to help you enrich your shit.
Yes, that's what they say.
That's what I mean why I say assimilation is important when people come over here from other countries, because they come over here and they try to bring their country into our country,
and we don't want that.
They only want to take care of their country, and that's a problem. It's either America first or take your ass home.
Ooh, take your ass home. Family friendly. Take your ass home. See, you understand what I'm saying? But what I'm trying to explain to you all is, how did it happen? How did it happen? And so there's a lot of people saying a lot of stuff. Listen to this brother right here, this sister right here, this little lady.
Girl told me that she was an Ethiopian woman before she was a Black woman, that slavery is not her history, and that if her African dad got stopped by the police, it wouldn't be the same as if a Black American man got stopped by the police because of his
They said they different. Keep going.
Accent. The same girl that said that slavery is not her history also used the N-word all the time. And my question is, if slavery is not your history, then the N-word is not yours to reclaim, is it? And that's exactly why this situation with Kai Cenat is unsurprising, to say the least. A lot
Now,
of
who is this person, Casanat? I didn't heard his name a couple times. Who is? I've heard his name a few times, and I don't know him. But let's keep listening.
African and Caribbean Black people think that they are superior to Black Americans.
How did y'all even get the notion? What are you superior to us at? I mean, I'm just saying. I didn't get this memo. I didn't really think they thought they were sick. Let me help y'all out. I want to take a test. A lot of Africans say stuff like they're superior. Okay, in Black America, being labeled an African, being told that you look like an African, that you act like an African, is not a compliment. Let's take a poll. All the Black American women in the chat room, I'm gonna ask you right now. If some person came up to you and said, you look like an African, would you take that as a compliment? Yes or no? Ladies only, ladies only, ladies only. Black American ladies only. If someone you did not know, and I know we got some Pan-Africans in here, I know all that, I don't care. If someone came up to you and said you look like an African, would you take that as a compliment? No. So what's happening now? You are getting to look at the true face of Black America. You gonna find out, because we are lovely and wonderful and beautiful people. Look at my beautiful rose, pink carnation I got. I'm a beautiful person too, but we can be very ugly on the inside. And you all have brought the ugly out of us with your tribalism and your disrespect. You are now going to see the ugly parts of Black America. We've been nice to you all. We were nice to the Asians when they came over here. We learned they look karate. We ate the little, 3 chicken wings and a fried rice. We did all that. We were nice to everybody. And so now we thought, hey, we're going to be cool with the Africans and whatnot. These are people, motherland, fight the power. And y'all came over here acting like nocturnal animals that rummage through the garbage at night. And we're like, And now it's been about 60 years of that since the 1965 immigration bill. We started letting you over here. And now it's just on. We have placed you in a category and you're about to get this smoke. You are about to get this smoke. And I don't think they really realize just how mean and nasty we beautiful foundational Black Americans can be. And unfortunately, Dr. Umar Johnson is not going to be able to talk us down, because, brother might lose his cell phone. I heard he has financial issues. Bless his heart. I don't want to talk bad about the man. Praise God. But let's keep listening to what the little sister has to say.
People who claim that they have a culture and we don't cosplay as Black Americans all the time. They listen to rap music. They wear Black American fashion. They say the N-word, all while simultaneously claiming that we have no culture. Not realizing or acknowledging that the reason that they're
and we don't want that culture. Even if Black Americans didn't have a culture, we don't want African culture. Your culture was overran. Your culture is the reason that people got sold into slavery. Your culture has you over there cutting up the little women and taking the stuff off of their body parts. Your culture gives rise to genocide. We don't want African culture. We don't want to look like Africans. We don't want to be like Africans. Many of us definitely don't want to. I'm not going to say that. Yes, I am. We don't want to smell like Africans either. We don't. I'm just saying, I'm not speaking for me. I got some African friends I love, but I'm just speaking on behalf of my client at this point, and that is Black America. And I'm telling you how Black America feels, and you have opened up a door that is not going to be closed. You have unleashed a wild North American brown bear. And you see, this is, y'all pick, you should have just kept quiet. You should have just kept quiet. You shouldn't have said nothing. And y'all decided to open your mouth. We was having our own little gender war. I was out like, yeah, right, fighting for the brothers. And we was doing, and then I'm like, hold on a minute. While I'm over here arguing with these sisters, let me get this straight. They want, oh, they got a problem. Oh, let me go ahead and redirect my attention over here. Because what I'm not going to do is let you sit up here and talk bad about my people. And that's how most of us feel. Now, don't get me wrong. We would talk rough to each other. Okay. And if it ain't no women around, men to talk crazy, we go back to the light skin, dark skin jokes. And if it's some sisters around, we'll go back to the educated Lane, Pookie, and Ray. We can go at it. But when outsiders come in and try to disrespect us, are you kidding me? Do you not know who we are? We built for this. We've been fighting white folks for centuries. Do you think you stand any kind of sort of chance in this bout? I don't think so. We're gonna let this little sister finish talking, and we're gonna move on to some other people.
In this country with their FOB family and walk around freely like they do is because of Black Americans. And if you are so hell-bent on divesting yourself from that history and from those people, then don't come to this country.
Go on back to where you came from.
Because to come to a country that was built off the backs and the labor of Black Americans and turn around and tell them
can show them better, you can tell them, baby,
and they have no culture and they're classless and this, that, and the third is absolutely insane.
You can show them better, you tell them.
Your culture is so much better than ours. Then
and I'm gonna talk about that culture. You know, I'm gonna give you some smoke. You're gonna be having a good time at the water cooler tomorrow. Tell them about themselves. But yeah, y'all need to go on with that. Okay, you need to go on with that. You didn't pick a fight with some people that you don't want to pick a fight with. That's what they need to understand. Let's see what this brother has to say. Let's talk to him, brother.
So another one bites the dust, ladies and gentlemen.
What happened, bro?
Another one falls for.
Now he about to say something. He enjoying himself. Go ahead and tell us what you want to say. Get to the point.
For the okie doke. I want to tell all of you Africans and anybody else out there.
Now, see, here's the thing. 10, 15 years ago, Black folk wouldn't call African like they Black people saying Africans like it's the N-word. We gonna tell these Africans, just replace that with the N-word. You have brought out the ugly in us. Okay, we are a beautiful people. Okay, look at my fresh hairline that I got. The dude put the little spray on it and everything, make it look like my hair. It feel like it's like, it's 2010 again out here for Uncle D, baby. Look at me. It's a little lopsided on one side, but I'm just saying, you done reinvigorated us. You know what I'm saying? Y'all want to fight? Are you kidding me? What? Okay, let's see what it happened. But go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Who have a problem with FBAs?
Yeah.
Who want to call for a war
they don't want
against the FBA.
They don't want that. But that's what they said, though, brother. They said it.
These people are some of the most battle-tested people in the history of mankind, guys. These are not the people you want to just wake up.
We are them.
And be angry with, guys.
No.
Go on TikTok and make a social media post talking about you want to go to war with them.
That's what you really want?
They've literally learned from the best.
We have learned from the best, brother. Talk to them.
They went to war with the best, guys.
We have.
Live right next door to the best. Sometimes marry these people.
We marry them.
And you think
Becky,
you're going to wage war?
That's what they thought.
Against the FBAs?
That's what they thought.
Sometimes you have to take a second.
Wow.
Close your eyes.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe sleep on it a little bit.
Sleep on it a minute.
Before you do something as crazy as this.
Crazy as this.
You're making a whole lot of money as a nurse. I know you're stressed out. Dealing with all of these people at the hospital, at the clinic, going to their homes.
Now you messed up bad.
You got bills to pay.
You got bills to pay.
And now
FBA
did what they do best, guys.
What we do?
Made her pay for her words.
Make them
She fucked around and found out.
But at work, yeah. Get your ass up out of here. Yeah. Make them pay. That girl lost her job. You know that? Shout out to Vito. That's Vito. Vito is I don't know where he came from. But anyway, so that's not a good idea. That is not a good idea. And the whole thing is, all of this could have been avoided if you folk had just been quiet. You didn't have to voice your don't. Why be ugly? But see, as long as you got people like this.
So Casanat said black Americans don't got no culture. Listen to this ignorance real quick. Then I'm gonna show y'all how that's far from the truth.
All my mods who are not cultured at all, stop dick riding. Y'all niggas is black.
Now this dude right here is some kind of Caribbean African dude, is from what I understand.
Just black, bro. You're just fully American. You're African American, bro. That's it.
And we're happy about that. Let me run this back to you. How many black Americans want to be African? How many of you all want? Do you take it as a compliment when people say you look like an African? How many? None of them. And see, it's that African arrogance that makes you think that we want to be you in any way. We don't. We don't want to be like you. We like being like ourselves. In fact, most black people enjoy being black. We don't like some of the BS that we have to deal with, but we love ourselves. We love our culture. We love being around each other. Now we want some of that white man money. You understand? we like them greenbacks, and we want to make sure we live in a civilized society. But you know, that is a mistake that these folk make. Keep listening.
That wasn't an insult.
Shout
that
out
was strictly, you're black. You're not Trinidadian. You're not Jamaican. You're not African.
See, the reason why a lot of y'all think we don't have no culture, because y'all don't even know real history. Y'all still think that America was created and named after a European.
We ain't gotta go there.
When in reality, this is who was really named after. This is Tupac Shakur.
This is the wild dude. I don't condone anything.
Them dumbass Africans. But that's how they got tricked last time when the white man came over there bringing aid. That's how their ass ended up over here as niggas. Dumbass Africans. They go.
This is how, now look, however you feel about Charleston White, family friendly, however you feel about him, he does voice the opinions of a lot of black Americans. You understand what I'm saying? And what has happened is, because of this disrespect and these insults, now you have opened up the door, okay, and allowed this group of black folk to tell you how they really feel. You see what I mean? I'm just saying.
Get enough of letting the white man come over there with spoons and bowls, trying to feed they motherfucking ass. Next, all right, you goddamn African, don't get enough of that shit. You hear?
Why did y'all get them started? Why did you get black Americans started? Why? Because this is what you're dealing with. I'm not even on that. I'm not on that type of time. I talk about educational stuff. Tonight we're gonna talk about culture. And I'm going to explain to you why black Americans don't want culture from the historical standpoint. We don't want that African culture, and it's failed. But then you got folk like this.
Man, that don't touch my heart, because he done went to Africa and fed a bunch of hungry motherfuckers. You know how long I've been seeing them Africans hungry? Since the 80s, since Michael Jackson and all the stars got together.
And this is the thing is, like, I grew up saying the same thing. Like, your superior culture, but when I was a little boy, Jimmy Swaggart and all, they'd be on TV with little kids with flies on their face. That is not somewhere that most black Americans want to go. There's a reason why Africa is not some huge tourist destination that black people want to visit. We don't see it as appealing. And I know you all come over here. I don't know where you get that arrogance from, but let's
start singing "We Are the World." They used to show us them motherfuckers with big bellies, with their ribs showing and flies on their nose. And
that's what they showed us. And again, I don't condone this sort of savage takedown of an entire continent, but the man is telling you what the common black American person thinks. Okay, of course, I am aware that they have cities that that are developed, but I also do know that they also poop in holes. They literally digging holes in the ground, and they pooping in holes in Ghana today, and that does not sound like somewhere I want to go. Okay.
And they be eating the rice, the white rice with their hand. Now Mr. Beast and come along 30 years later. He got a fancy bowl for the motherfucking Africans, the mumbo jumbo people to eat out.
Family use, family friendly.
Yeah, now I know one day I ain't never seen this shit. I don't know who he is.
Wait, hold on a second. Let me look at this.
Yeah. So I'm saying this is not going anywhere. It has begun. It's been brewing for some years now. I talked about it some time back, but it's gonna happen. You understand me? And now you're getting black people saying, oh, okay, well, this is where we at. All right, well, let's go there then. But then on the flip side, you got a lot of Africans trying to apologize, and the brothers and sisters ain't trying to hear.
This video is going to be controversial, and some people are not going to like what I'm about to say. But I'm going to say it anyway. I don't care. Black Americans are right to be mad.
Yeah,
they are.
And here's the thing you got to understand also. We don't really care what Africans think or your opinions. That's the other thing you got to understand. Like, as far as opinions, Black Americans really don't care what Africans think. I hate the constant apologize. We don't care if you apologize or you don't. You're largely ignored in our communities. You're kind of like a novelty amongst Black Americans. Like, oh, okay, cool, all right. And you really don't carry any weight, you know? We notice you with your accent, but other than that, you're unnoticed, largely.
You see, us immigrants, not all of us, but a lot of us, seem to forget, or maybe they just don't know. But if you have been living in this country long enough, you should know that. The reason why we're here, the reason why we are allowed to be here, is because of the work Black Americans did. Because of the sacrifices they did. Because all the fights they had to fight in order for us, for them, because they didn't do it for us, they did it for themselves, and it's right. But today we are enjoying the fruit of their labor.
See, the problem with
and we should not forget that.
And the problem with this is, no matter how sincere the apology is, Black Americans have come to the determination that, you know, it's too little too late. You really, you know, whether you're sincere or you're not sincere, we really think y'all here for a come up. We've seen you take our scholarships. We've seen you take corporate jobs. We've seen too much, and we just don't trust you. But I'm gonna let the lady.
I'm an immigrant.
I know you are,
and
man.
Yes,
we can hear
in my community or in an immigrant community, and nobody can say otherwise. It's a lot of disrespect for African Americans.
We hear you talking.
It's a lot of it.
Yes,
I have heard it.
I know we heard it too. That's why we.
And I have to admit that when I first came, I was also ignorant.
We know you was up there saying stuff too. All y'all saying stuff. That's what I'm trying to tell you. We know now. Okay, we know it's out the bag. You know, Donald Trump, and you know, it's out the bag. We know. Okay, we trying to tell you we know, and you trying to say, "Oh, I'm sorry, it's too late. You should have said this like 55 years ago. Y'all should have course corrected a long time ago, but you didn't." Go ahead, keep talking.
History, but after being in this country for the amount of time I have been here, if I act like I don't know that, it means that I'm willingly demeaning them. They are mad. And you know what?
We not mad. Shout out to Flowers Galore. We not mad. Mad is us flipping over cars and burning down stuff. That's us mad. We are not mad. This is about to be like, this is like passing a chew toy to a rockwaller. That's what this is like. Oh, this is just, oh, y'all want to play rock? Oh, okay, cool. We just gonna boycott all this stuff. Let's do this. Let's just see how this go. This is not mad. We ain't mad. We get mad about not being able to attend the universities that we want to attend when we're qualified. We get mad for being fired from jobs that we're qualified for, people being promoted for employment over us after we train them. We get mad when police officers see a white man doing a crime and ignore him to go harass the innocent Black man, and he ends up face down with a knee on his back and handcuffs. That's why we get mad. We're not mad at Africans. We're looking at y'all like, somebody take care of my lightweight. So what's going to happen is we're just going to ignore you. And in ignoring you, what I mean is we're going to ignore you. We're going to bypass you with our foundational Black American dollars. You know, that $1.7 to $1.9 trillion that we've been spending with Black doctors from Africa, Black lawyers from Africa, Black businesses, Black braiding salons, Black restaurants. That's what's going to happen. You see, and again, I'm just giving you the play-by-play. You understand? That's what's going on. Africans don't realize you are largely irrelevant to the typical foundation of Black America. You are that African. Oh, that's that African. I'm just saying, look, I got some African people I'm cool with. They're good people, first generation, second generation. I love them to death. Same thing with the Caribbean folks, but at this particular juncture, y'all should have checked those within your culture a long time ago, because now you're going to see just how anti and xenophobic foundational Black Americans can be. It won't be the first time that we've locked people out, and it won't be the last. We do this to our own people. Look at all these Black actors who messed around and married a white woman. Y'all remember Tay Diggs? Somebody, you know Tay Diggs? They found out he had a white woman. People stopped going to all his shows. I'm just saying, we do this to our own people who we feel are out of pocket. This is nothing. I mean, name some more. I'm just trying to give you some game. This is not something that's new to us. This is what we do. We don't get mad about this, but go ahead and keep talking, baby. Keep on talking.
What immigrants should do right now, we should not be arguing with them. We should be quiet and listen. Listen to what they're saying.
It's too late.
Listen.
It's too late. It's too late.
No. It is not about us.
Ain't nothing to say.
It's about how they feel.
Ain't no argument.
It's about the experience.
No, we don't.
And guys, they are right.
We knew we was right.
Many immigrant community call them lazy. They're not lazy.
But we don't need you to tell us that. That's what I'm trying to see. You don't understand what's happening now in 2025. Now, the people who were formerly quiet, who just ignored you, are now redirecting their attention. Oh, that's somebody else that we got to punish. Oh, we're going to put them up there with the racist Mexicans and Latinos. Oh, we're going to put them up there with the racist redneck and white folk. Y'all was cool. You see what I mean? Y'all were cool. You know, we want people, okay, cool. But at the end of the day, this is our culture that you say doesn't exist. And let me just give you a quick snippet. Black American culture has developed in an environment where we are surrounded by people who don't like us and want to eliminate us because of our ethnicity and the color of our skin. Unlike the African countries, the 54 African countries and the Caribbean countries where you are the dominant ethnic group, we live in a society where we are surrounded by people who are other than us. We are a small, tiny percentage. Some say less than 20%, 14%. I think it's probably more like 9 or 10% when you take out the Caribbeans and the Africans, those people. But bottom line is, our culture is different because it's had to be. Shout out to David Johnson. You will not, your culture, your African culture, your Caribbean culture is designed to operate when you are a culture that operates in an environment where you are the dominant ethnic group. That's not going to work around here. You can't do what you do in Jamaica. You can't do what you do in Ghana. You're not the dominant culture. It's not going to work. Let's keep listening to the lady.
They even say they don't have a culture, and that's an insult. Of course they have a culture. Of course they do. In the music, in the food, in the way they live their life, in the way they dress. They have a culture, and by the way, a culture that is a leader.
That's superficial. That's not the culture. That's just the way you wear your clothes and stuff like that. It's superficial. What is in you saying that you should wear your clothes like that? What is in you that's saying that your music should be like this, your message should be like this, or you eat food prepared in this way? And that's what we're going to dig into tonight. We're going to be here for a minute. We're just having fun right now.
In many ways. Our children in Africa dress like black children. Children in Asia dress like black children. Children in Latin America, in Europe. So please stop saying, and it's not only limited.
And let them say it. Keep on saying. They only make
it worse. It's in music, it's in history, it's in literature, it's in science. The immigrant community needs to stop demeaning and disrespecting Black Americans. They are mad, and they are right.
We ain't mad. I'm trying to explain to you, we not mad. We not mad. We just like, oh, okay, got you. That's what we are. We not mad. No, we not mad. We happy. We happy people. We're not mad at you. We're gonna be like, oh, that's what we are. I don't know what that emotion is. Oh, okay. It's on. That's where we at. All right, let's go on to somebody else. Y'all that apologizing. All that apologizing you doing, baby, that ain't gonna save nobody at all. That is not gonna save nobody because you still got people saying crazy stuff to us. So the people got something to say to y'all. Talk to them, baby.
Patronize who you want to patronize. I'm not against you patronizing any salon that you want to patronize, okay?
Talk to them.
Some people, just because people say they sorry don't mean that you should still accept their disrespect. Now, if you want to go and keep letting folks disrespect you, you go right ahead. But it's okay to say thank you, but no thanks. And start supporting folks that actually care about your money, that actually treat you right. Just because somebody get over here that got, Lord, I don't want to say what I want to say because I want to do.
Speaking of somebody that actually cares about you and cares about your money, I want to take this opportunity to make sure you all know to contact me at 713-229-0770 because this ain't my regular job. Okay, I just come on the internet because I enjoy talking to you all and I like talking about history. But if you've been involved in a motor vehicle accident, I'm gonna need you to call me. Okay, you need to call Uncle D. I am voted into the Hall of Fame at the Southern University Law Center. I've been practicing law for 25 years. The reason you all don't see me every day live is because I have a day job. All right. So call attorney Dennis Spurling if you've been involved in a car accident at 713-229-0770. Now we're gonna get back to our regularly scheduled programming, but I wanted to make sure I did that because I know my man Big Bass is gonna chop this up, put some music to it, and this is gonna be my new commercial. Remember that if you've been in a wreck, Uncle D will get you a check. You get hit from the back, I can help you from that. If you get in the crash, I'll get you some cash. This is Uncle D. Let's get on back to what we was doing.
Wait. My whole thing is this.
What were you saying, baby? Go ahead.
You can't apologize on behalf of 54 countries.
You sure okay?
This is how these people are. You may not be like that.
You might not be.
But I guarantee you, there are women that you know and around you that's like that.
Now, see, I can
people will do anything to say.
Now, I can sit up and listen to her all night. Yeah, that's right, baby. Tell them. That's my spades playing partner right there. Get them. Come talk to them. Come on. Go ahead.
Their business, and that's what you're supposed to do. But I guarantee you,
what you got?
I don't care who you go to on August the 1st. But I'm going to tell you this. Before the end of this year out, you're going to hear the same thing over and over until you get it through your head. That you don't have to tolerate disrespect. And that people don't love you. They just love your money. Have a blessed day.
I will. I sure will. I can sit up and we can play the cards all night. You see what I'm saying? That's a good spade playing partner right there. She know how to read her books. You see, a lot of y'all, you're young. Okay. You grow up playing Uno. I grew up playing old folks games, even though I was too young to be there. You understand? That's the difference between me and y'all. All right. Now let's keep listening to what the people have to say. Praise God.
Videos that are like the diaspora wars. It's not a war. There's nothing about it as a war. We are simply saying who we are as a people, Black Americans. So there's nothing about that that's a war. But I have finally realized what the actual issue is. Based on the comments that I have read, right? There was one particular girl who said that I was saying, like, the difference between Black Americans and Africans is very obvious. Black Americans are not immigrants. We didn't immigrate here.
Definitely not.
And a lot of us know
we are not immigrants. We are not immigrants. We are imports. Okay, we are not immigrants. We are imports. That's what we are. Okay, we didn't come here voluntarily. We came here as imports. Not all of us. Some of us were here before. I want to make sure I throw that out there. There's evidence to show that Africans have been trading with what we call the Native Americans who immigrated here from Siberia across the Bering Straits about 10,000 years ago. It's information saying that it's a lot more genetic diversity. You got some Samoans and Micronesians and people that got lost and hit the backside, the West Coast, all up and down. the west coast of North America and South America, as Africans that were coming over from West Africa, hundreds, maybe, hundreds, millennium ago, okay? Abubakar II allegedly came over here in the 13th century. So yeah, but go ahead, baby, keep talking.
Our great-great-grandparents are from, and so on and so forth, right? Yes. So one of the girls says something like, do you want to be worshipped because of slavery? Do you want to be worshipped? And then I was like, bingo, I figured out what the actual problem is. From what I've gathered, the people that have an issue with Black Americans saying that we're Black Americans and not claiming being African is because they don't like the fact that despite us being stolen and sold, mistreated, all of the horrific things that have happened to Black Americans, they don't like the fact that we still rose, we're still great, we still dominate culturally across the world.
So what you're saying, baby, is they're jealous of us. That's what you're saying. They jealous because they over there and nobody pays attention to them. So then they want to come over here where we are and tell us that they're better than us, even though they had to come over here to where we are.
Don't like that we're popular, essentially, and they don't like the fact that because we're popular, we don't attach ourselves to them.
No, that's true. That is so true. If we were over here and said we are the biggest African, they were like, no, you're not really African, but they would take credit for what we're doing. Talk to them, girl. You go ahead and talk to them. You got to figure it out. She got good teeth too. I like that. You got some good teeth, baby. Come on here.
And I'm not saying that's every single African. I would never say anything is every single person because that's just not a thing. But I realize that that's the root of the issue. That is exactly what the root of the issue is, because they don't do this to anybody in the Caribbean.
No, they don't.
They don't say, oh, you need to call yourself African Jamaican. Nope. You need to call yourself African Haitian. Nope. They don't do that. They don't do that. They only have beef with us, and I think it's because of our history and what we have created here, and the fact that we are proud of who we are.
We're proud of who we are.
That we went through so.
We don't want to be Africans. I did the poll earlier. None of these Black women, you tell them they look like an African, they are not happy. Tell some of these Black women they sound like that. They're not going to be happy. I'm just saying. If you don't like me and what I'm saying right now, understand that I'm acting as an advocate for foundational Black Americans, and I'm telling you what they think. And what I'm telling you is that you all have opened a can of whoop butt, because it's family friendly. You have opened a can of whoop butt, and nobody's gonna be able to get it back in. You just don't realize what you've done. Y'all would have been better off just being quiet and leaving these people alone and let them eat their collard greens and have their cookouts. But you done messed around and told them you better than them, and we done found out y'all trying to get this reparations money. You know what I'm saying? And we like, hold on, we didn't know what happened. So now it's a problem. That's what I'm trying to explain to y'all. And I ain't even got to the good part yet. But let's go ahead. We're gonna play a couple more, and I'm gonna go ahead and get this work in. Look, let me tell you, look, it's not me. I'm just playing the video.
We know that. We know only when you talk. No, not even that. Because
no, to context, this African brother is trying to explain to this Black American woman, no, you look African. You look African. And she is like, no, I don't. And let me tell you why. This is when now you digging down to see, Black Americans are very polite people, aren't we? All my foundation, we are very polite people. And we typically don't tell people how we really feel. We keep it to ourselves. We don't tell. White people just found out, you know, what we think about their food over the past maybe 10, 15 years. We really just start telling them, okay? We told them in jokes, mayonnaise, too much raisins. Don't put carrots in potato salad, okay? We just start telling them. And now, since you keep peeling back the layer, you keep messing with these people. Leave these people. You should have left them alone. That's what you should have did. You should have left them alone. And now you look. We'll see you as an African.
No, they won't. We know that. We
know only when you talk.
No, not even that. Because I walk and talk like a Black American. Walk. But if you don't I said I walk. Okay. Like a Black American. Walk. Let me see. What did he walk?
I was thinking that walk is walk.
No,
I don't know there's a difference.
I don't walk in flip-flops. Okay? I don't walk in flip-flops. I don't walk with dirty feet.
I don't look dusty. I don't even walk like an African. Okay? I don't live in a...
She said flip-flop, dusty feet. See, I don't know why y'all got them started.
I sit on the toilet. Okay?
I sit on
I walk and talk like a Black American from this soil.
Yeah.
Okay? Yeah.
See, I'm gonna go ahead. Now that is too much. You all don't talk about these people like that. Y'all wrong for talking about these people like that. But again, this is what it's gonna be like moving forward. They was mad about being called African booty scratchers. That's stuff kids talk about. This is I didn't look. All I do is get a play-by-play. Okay, baby. All I do is show clips, talk about history. I just get these people in here with the video. We have a little, I just let them see what's out there. Okay, this is not me. I don't make these videos. And y'all, I don't laugh at this. It's not funny to me. I don't laugh at none of that. This is stressing me. I look at them with his little papers in his little turquoise bag. They done got his little sweatpants falling. I don't laugh. Back in the chat room, I don't want to see no happy face emojis with this with the New York hat. Y'all bet not laugh at this. Bet not. You got that French haircut too. Yeah, him up. Y'all bet not be laughing at that. I don't take pleasure in this at all. Okay, not at all. I don't see. There's nothing funny about this to me at all. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. At all. Okay. But now what I do take a problem is everybody seems to have smoke for Black Americans, and I'm not the only one that sees that. And that's kind of where we at right now.
Everybody mad at us. It seems like everybody is mad at Black Americans right now.
I don't know why.
Just go to my comment section and read. Like everybody's pissed off at us for one reason or another, which is crazy, right?
What we do?
For once in American history, Black people are not the butt of every joke, right? Mm-hmm. For once in American history, Black people aren't the primary target of something, and everybody is pissed off. So fellow Black people, fellow foundational Black Americans, bask in this glory and live it up. Because yes, for once in American history, we are not the primary target of everything, every joke, every situation, everything. We always the primary target, except for right now, and we got to live it up and bask in this beautiful glory.
Bask. Yeah, it's somebody else's turn right now. It's somebody else's turn. But anyway, so culture. This is like a thing. This is where they like to hit us in the culture. But see, the thing is, and again, one of the most common insults is that we don't have culture. And African stuff, you have no culture. And it's a claim that's often repeated. They say it loud. And it's meant to undermine us. But we need to pause for a minute and we need to interrogate that. What do you mean by culture? Most of these people saying we don't have a culture don't even know what culture is. All right. And the cold part about it is we have built one of the most globally dominant cultures in the world. American popular culture today, from music to dance to sports to slang, fashion, film, art, even politics, has our fingerprints all over it. I mean, let's look at the global reach of jazz and blues and gospel, rock, R&B, hip hop, all invented by foundational Black Americans. Multi-billion-dollar industry. Look at the athletes. You wouldn't pay attention to basketball if it wasn't for some of these foundational Black American greats. Same thing with football, boxing, track and field. We dominating all of that. Even our fashion, our clothes, streetwear, sneakers culture, hairstyles like fades, braids, afros. It's been copied globally. Even our slang, what they call African vernacular English or Ebonics, ebony sounds, our spirituality, the way we get down in church. You understand? It was a foundation for the civil rights tradition that we have. Politics, whether we talking about some of our greats, that use politics to rise to high heights. And then, of course, what we eat, soul food, from barbecue, Southern cuisine, it's all rooted in FBA survival and creativity and resilience. You understand what I'm saying? Everywhere you go on this planet, from Tokyo to Johannesburg to Paris to Sao Paulo, shout out to Willis Addison, you'll find people breakdancing, rapping, wearing fitted caps, Jordans, using phrases that originated in Black American neighborhoods like FAFO. You know, listening to music that was born in the Mississippi Delta. You understand me? And they had a nerve to tell us we have no culture. Here's the thing. What they really mean is that we don't have a tribal culture. What many Africans actually mean is that we have no tribal or ethnic culture, no clan system, no totemic identifiers, no traditional dances tied to ancient ceremonies. That's what they mean. Okay, they mean we don't have the culture of origin that they do. But this view is both narrow and ahistorical. What Africans fail to understand is that we were forcibly removed from those tribal cultures, and we were stripped of a language, of a homeland, of a kinship system, and of those spiritual practices. And still, we rebuilt a culture from scratch. We didn't just survive slavery and oppression and Jim Crow. Shout out to Try Hard. We created something new, something distinct, something powerful. And the cold part about it is distinctly American. Okay. See, unlike a lot of these immigrants that come over here, their culture remains insular. It's inward looking, whereas our culture is more universal, you see? And it had to be. We were nationless. We made a nation within a nation, you see? And we did it for the point of survival. And so the thing is, what we're gonna do here is we're gonna kind of break it down. Let's talk about outcomes, okay? While many African countries are still struggling with ethnic wars and tribalism, they got these fractured political systems based on lineage and blood loyalty. Black Americans have achieved more civil, economic, and cultural power in 400 years than Africa has got in 2,000 years. Let that sink in. Let that sink in. Count up all the historically Black universities we have in America and have founded. We got more HBCUs than they have in Africa. Think about that. We've built businesses, we've invented music genres, we've shaped the political movements of the most powerful nation in America, in the world. America, come over here, come over here. Come over here, look at my handsome son. Look at my handsome son. Look at my handsome son right here, look. Come over here, let me show you something. Let me get in here. Ladies, y'all got a daughter? Come back over here, come back over here. He's a college student, he's an engineering student at U of A. She's tall, about 6'1", he's strong. He's very mannerable, okay? Now, I tell him I'd like for you to get a nice, pretty little Black girlfriend, if you will. I'd appreciate that. He's handsome, look. I'd like him to cut his hair, but he likes his hair like that, but that's okay. He works hard. Lately we've been talking about CDs. What's a CD? What does that mean? Huh? It's called you talk about financial stuff. Okay. I'm ready to get rid of them now, ladies. If you want to, got your nice, handsome, young, strong young man. I know y'all out there. I don't want none of you old women out there mess with my baby either. Okay, he's only 18. Okay, you leave my baby alone. But if you're a nice young lady, you got a nice young lady, y'all send Uncle D an email. Certificate, that's right. But no, we're going to get you married off. We got to get rid of you. We're going to get rid of him. Get him out. I got some other ones. Come on back in, let them look at you. I got some other ones I got to take care of. We're going to get rid of you. We got to get you out of here. You got a nice car. Nice car. He don't wash it enough, but it's nice. Okay. He got a little dog, so you got to take him and the little dog too. Take that little barking dog. But anyway, thank you, sir. I appreciate it. You got that? Come on, stand up, let the people see you. Come on here. Handsome, engineering student. Go on, get on out of here. So look, gonna get him out of here. Okay. I got some more. I got two more. I got 2 more just like that one. Whenever y'all ready, give me a call. We're gonna arrange some marriages. I'm gonna get them married quick. Okay, get them out of here. Gotta get out of my pockets. Praise God. Hallelujah. And let's get back to what we was talking about. So again, are y'all with me? That's my oldest son, Dennis. He's an engineer. He likes to build houses, and I don't know where he got that from, but he likes to build houses and bridges and stuff like that. He's going to be a civil engineer. I thought he was going to be a lawyer, but we'll see what he does. But smart boy, very smart, good at math, good at the little x over y equals 12 times 3.5.78. I'm like, leave me alone. But anyway, yeah, my boy, that's my son. Shout out to him. But let's get back to culture, okay? We built a culture, or should I say, we've ascended to the highest levels of government and everything else. Somebody said I'm trying to sell out I ain't trying to sell it. I wouldn't sell my son off to nobody. But if you found a nice, he liked to eat too. He liked to eat. Okay, but he just, so she got to be able to cook. Okay, she got to be able to cook now because he likes cookies. He will. But all you old ladies, leave my son alone. If you are over 35 years old, don't even talk to my son. I'm trying to tell you, I'm gonna find you. You're too old for him. Okay, young ladies, young, nice, good girls. We want some good girls. I don't want these old cougars out here trying to take my boy and do something to him and send him back to me. Okay, they're confused. Okay, you old ladies, leave my baby alone. But anyway, let's get on back to what we was talking about. So again, we talking about culture, and I'm talking about comparing Black American culture to African culture. We don't want that. Okay, all right, because see, when Africans claim we have no culture, they often speak from a place of insecurity, to tell the truth. They leave their home countries due to economic hardship and political instability and ethnic conflict. And when they come to America, they encounter powerful, confident, self-defined Black identity, something they were never exposed to in Africa. They see Black men and Black women and Black people walking with pride, making music, the world copies, building intellectual frameworks, and demanding justice in the face of a global white power structure. And they somehow resent that. Okay? So they dismiss it. But the facts remain. Black Americans are not just participants in the American culture. We are American culture in its most influential, creative, and world-shaping form. Culture is not merely aesthetic. Okay, and now we're gonna dig deep into this. Okay, it's not just about symbolism, and it's not an accessory to the human existence. It is fundamental. I want you to get your notepads out, family. I really want y'all to understand, because our culture does not just boil down to music and what kind of food we eat. Okay, that's just an outcropping of the culture. Okay, so hear me out. The thing you need to understand about culture is it's the fundamental tool for survival for any people. At its core, culture functions as both a protective mechanism and a strategic framework. Let me see. What I'm saying is it equips people with values, norms, like we value respect, normal things. We speak to everybody when we come in the room, right? If you don't speak to a Black person when they come, oh, you don't see me? That's a norm, because we need to know if you friend or foe. That's a matter of survival. If somebody walk in the room quiet, y'all like, hold on a minute, what's going on with him? What we value respect. You see? In an environment where people, you constantly under threat, respect is number one, because the respect is the only thing gonna make people maintain their boundaries. You see? You see? Our systems, the things we have shared up, our shared identity, all this is necessary to endure adversity. That's the source of our unity. Maintaining cohesion. This is why we can't play these tribal games, and we can't be, oh, you light skin, I'm dark skin, I'm this, that, and the other. We have to maintain cohesion. That's why when we talk about the Willie Lynch letter, what did it do? It attacked our cohesion and tried to divide us. Even though we know that the Willie Lynch letter is something that largely is fictional, but the bottom line is it was a very good illustration, okay? But this is how we survive in a both competitive and hostile world. See, the primary purpose of a culture is to ensure, and I got to give a big shout out to my girl. Hold on a minute, I'll send you in there. Shout out to Penny Ford. Thank you so much, baby. And I'm gonna give a shout out to everybody who contributed to the super chat, but I got to roll through this, okay? Let me do my work. I'm gonna get all y'all at the end, all right? Now, again, let me go back to what I'm saying. The main reason or the whole purpose of a culture, the most important purpose of a culture is to ensure the continued existence of a group of people that created it. You understand? That's the most important thing. And this includes not only physical survival, but also the preservation of a people's historical memory and collective consciousness and social structures. See, in the face of external threats like white supremacy, racism, and Jim Crow, and colonialism and displacement and economic exploitation or cultural erasure, culture acts as both a shield and a compass, and it helps communities navigate hardship while preserving our integrity and the purpose. We see these Africans coming over here trying to erase us, and we just put the gender war down and say, hold on, let's get back. We got to protect what's ours. You see, that's an example of our culture. This boycott set for August 1st is an example of our culture. The word, all somebody had to do was say it. And now, like, yeah, that's what we're going to do because it's normal to us. See, cultures create a shared sense of self among a group of people. And through common language, values, rituals, clothing, food, and artistic expression, it forms a collective identity that distinguishes one group from another. The same stuff that everybody else mimics is something we do for our own preservation. And this identity is more than symbolic. It serves as a foundation for social unity and as a psychological anchor for folk navigating in their place in the world. It also signals a people's presence and legitimacy on the global stage. Cultural systems establish behavioral norms and moral expectations. They let folk know what's acceptable and what's honorable and what should be aspired to and what's condemned. See, in the Black community, if somebody disrespect you and you hit them back harder, that's not necessarily condemned. In fact, that's acceptable because we also have an element in our culture that says you have to fight back. But for that element, we would have been erased a long time ago. See, that's something else that they try to condemn. Everything good about Black culture that has kept us alive is what you find the dominant society keying in on and trying to say is bad. I just want you to keep that in mind. That doesn't mean we don't sometimes go too far, but I want you to understand that, okay? But the thing is, these standards regulate our personal conduct, our social relationships. It ensures order and cooperation within our group. And without this framework, societies are vulnerable to internal fragmentation or external manipulation, which is what happened to the Africans. Now, here's the thing. A well-functioning culture does not exist in abstraction. It manifests through tangible institutions, our educational systems, okay? Our religious organizations, our legal frameworks, our family structures, shout out to Black Sand, our economic enterprises, our cultural expressions. Culture provides the blueprint for how these institutions are built and maintained. And when communities lack inherited institutions, culture becomes an engine for their construction. And it shapes their form and function according to the group's specific needs and worldview. And then our need largely was survival in a society where we're surrounded. You understand me? Okay. Now, let's talk about the Black American experience. The survival and flourishing of Black Americans in the United States it's not a historical accident. It's the product of an intentional, adaptive, and unyielding cultural system forced in the crucible of oppression, slavery, exclusion, and system-wide hostility and state-sanctioned neglect. They wouldn't let us live where we wanted, eat. They wouldn't let us, we couldn't get educated where we wanted to. We couldn't work where we wanted to. You see what I'm saying? And so what appeared to be a mere cultural expression, whether we talk about food or music or fashion or protest, is really the functional toolkit for survival and self-determination and community cohesion. Let's talk about our food. Listen now, all you youngsters out there, y'all didn't have old people like I had to grow up with. Soul food is not simply cuisine. Your macaroni and cheese, your collard greens, I don't eat pork no more. I cut it out when I was 14. Your fatback, your hot hog head cheese, your chitlins. Okay, that was a culinary rebellion. It was born from scarcity. It emerged when we were an enslaved and oppressed people, when we were forced to make do with the discarded scraps of this filthy animal called a pig. They didn't give us the pork chops. They didn't give us the good parts. Shout out to Jedi Siege. They gave us the intestines. Here, Mabel, you can take these goddamn pig guts out back and do what you want. Feed the rest of them. They gave us the neck bones. You understand? They gave us the wilted greens that, like, some of the worst. Anybody cook greens, you know you got to cook them goddamn greens all day, and you got to pull the string out of them. And despite what Kamala Harris says, you do not wash them in a nasty bathtub. You wash them in the sink. You understand me? And some people leave the string in because, you know, they the little middle vein part, because you know, it holds its consistency. Nevertheless, a little salt, a little fat back. Again, I don't eat pork anymore. I gave it up. But back in the day, my grandma used to put salt, fat back, which is salted pork meat, in there to give it season. But here's the thing: it was through this ancestral ingenuity and necessity, these items became symbols of nourishment and cultural pride and spiritual restoration. And these dishes like collard greens, cornbread, all cornbread is just some dried up mashed corn. You put a little butter, a little sugar, not some people, for the kids. When I cook cornbread, I add a little sugar in for the children because they don't necessarily like it. But normally it's just a little butter, a little milk. And if you know what you're really doing, throw a little pet milk in there, and it'll give it a little bit more consistency. Okay, you bake it outside, it's good. Chitlins, they embody the ethos of turning degradation into sustenance, both literal and cultural. This is not food. It was food for survival. Okay, it was food that transformed humiliation into heritage. Shout out to David Johnson. But again, now you got people in France trying to figure out how to make oxtails and cornbread, and I've seen some of the I'm like, I ain't never been nowhere where a piece of cornbread costs $15. Cornbread, you got that same box of Jiffy that I got, and you telling me you're gonna charge $15 for this little giblet of cornbread? Come on, man. Now it's a delicacy. But you see how that was a mechanism for survival. That was one of our cultural adaptations, but we did it so good, we wore our cross. They tried to put our cross on our back and hold us down. We flipped that thing around. We gold-plated that thing, and we wore it like that. Geez, everybody got a cross to bear. You understand me? And we took ours and we shined it up, and nobody can understand how we did that. But that is uniquely, they don't have chitlins in no Africa. They wasn't making chitlins in Africa. You understand me? That's not African culture. That's uniquely American. Let's talk about Black American music. You're learning something. You're going to learn something today. You hear me? Let's talk about our music. It is a moral archive, and it is a global defense system. See, from the sorrow-laced spirituals of slavery to the soul anthems of resistance, from the blues and jazz to hip-hop to R&B, Black American music tells the emotional, political, and psychological truth of people that America tried to erase. Shout out to Tobias Judah. It humanizes what the system tried to dehumanize. Our art, it's global influence makes it impossible for the world to ignore and demonize Black Americans without contradiction. In that way, our cultural brilliance and our sound is not just expressive, it's protected. What I'm explaining to you, how can you hate these people and love their music? How can you dehumanize this group of people who have such music that appeals to the human soul? You understand what I'm saying? This is what you all don't get. All right? That's what our music did. So it was more than just, hold on one minute. Yeah. The missus just came in. She just took that bar examination over there in Florida. So we gonna be a Florida lawyer. I'm gonna retire over there. Look, I'm gonna be what's it called? I'm gonna be a kept man. What's it called? I'm gonna be I forget what it's called. I'm gonna be a trophy husband. Be trophy husband. Somebody type trophy husband in the chat room. Anyway, let's get back to the work. But again, so yeah, so we wasn't just playing with it. It was our way of showing the world that our humanity. You can't dehumanize people and you around there listen to them. Man, it's so soulful. Man, this encapsulates the human spirit and the pain and the suffering. God. But on the flip side, you trying to tell us we're not human? We're subhuman. You see how that worked? Think about that. Ain't God good? Now let's talk about fashion, okay? In this regard, we reclaim an aesthetic battlefield. Now let me tell you something I know you didn't know, right? Fashion in Black American culture is not just about vanity. It never was. It's about our sovereignty. Denim jeans, denim, this cheap material wasn't originally for blue jeans. It wasn't this fashion thing. Southern field workers wore this. You see what I'm saying? Southern hands, and look at some of these old, they'll tell you denim was the material of the workers in the fields down south. It was durable, it was tough. You understand? You understand? Think about that. Even the way we rock our tennis shoes or sneakers, depending on where you're from. We took what was practical and imposed prestige on it. Streetwear, cornrows, afros. These were all low maintenance hairstyles. Gold jewelry to communicate our value. Living in the ghetto, but you rocking a gold chain, so you still showed your value. There were declarations of ownership. Maybe you couldn't afford the richest house, but hey, you know what? You can't stop me from adorning my body with gold, so let me show you my value in this way. And that's why our value systems are different. We had to wear our houses on our neck or our cars. This is our culture. You see? And and the other thing is, these are our declarations of ownership over our identity in the face of these Eurocentric beauty standards and structural marginalization. In every stitch and every silhouette lies a refusal to be defined by oppression. Here's another one. Resistance has always been central to the Black American experience, and it's always carried dual strategies, moral high ground and strategic deterrence. The Black church was not only a spiritual refuge, but a war room of freedom movements. Civil rights disobedience, nonviolence. It exposed the hypocrisy of American democracy to the world. But beneath that moral power, beneath that turn the other cheek, there was always a threat of physical resistance. On one hand, you got your Martin Luther King Jr., who's talking about nonviolence resistance. On the other hand, you got your Malcolm X. Even with the nonviolence resistance, you had the deacons of defense for justice, typically outside armed to the teeth to protect the peaceful people indoors. Keep that in mind. But again, there always has to be the threat of physical resistance in the face of an onslaught of violence. And this is that relationship that Black Americans and white Americans who've been here have had. See, the knowledge that Black Americans would defend themselves when necessary served as a check against our total erasure. Okay, peace, of course, was always our preference, but it wasn't the only option. You see what I'm saying? We weren't religiously tied to peaceful protests, as some of our great thinkers said. All right. Now, the other thing is, this is why we reject that tribalism that they have going on in Africa. We reject tribalism in favor of racial solidarity. This is why they know if all they got to do is, or they used to be able to put a black face up there, and because of our culture of ethnic solidarity, we will always vote for the black person. But see, then they came and ambushed us with these folk from these other places, these divergent beliefs, whether we talking about Barack Obama or Kamala Harris. But let me explain this in the American context. Tribalism is fatal. See, as a numerical minority like Black people are in a society structured around anti-Blackness, Black Americans could not afford to splinter by religion, geography, or clan like those African folk do. See, survival requires cohesion. Whether you from Harlem or Houston, whether you're a Muslim or a Methodist, the identity of Black American was forged not by borders or bloodlines, but by shared struggle, shared resistance, and a uniquely American cultural evolution. Race, not tribe, became the glue that bonded generations together in the fight for dignity. Shout out to my man, David Johnson, the asshole. Okay? So every thread of FBA culture, from our food to our faith, from our fashion to our resistance, is designed not just to preserve life, but to affirm it. It innovates under pressure. In other words, it's not stagnant. It competes with institutional disadvantages. It defies erasure through expression. It gives the world a reason to care, and Black Americans a reason to keep going. Culture for foundational Black America is not an accessory to identity. It is the engine of survival. The architecture of resilience, the spiritual infrastructure that has allowed our people born in chains to rise to be creators, leaders, and icons. This done in the world built to erase us. Culture is how we wrote ourselves in. Remember that. Okay? Now, I do want to go into a little bit. Look, food, fashion, protest, music, they've been rightfully recognized as pillars of Black American culture, cultural survival. They represent, or should I say, they really only represent a small part of a much broader system. See, foundational Black American culture is not defined merely by what is visible or celebrated. It's shaped by strategies rooted in endurance, adaptation, and resistance to systematic oppression. You see? Let's talk about it. Let's talk about education as resistance and liberation. Look at the clandestine efforts to learn how to read that our people went through during slavery. Look at the founding of these hundreds of historically Black colleges and universities. Education had been treated as sacred amongst foundational Black Americans. And one of the dirtiest tricks they put upon us was to say what? If you're speaking intelligently, you sound white. Now, y'all know that was COINTELPRO. You know that was COINTELPRO. We're gonna separate these Black Americans from their top 10%. We're gonna call their top. Anytime a Black man is successful, a Black woman is successful, we're gonna call them the boule, and we're gonna put plants in and make them separate from the educated, and we're gonna uplift the men who are degenerate and the women who are degenerate. We're gonna put some sexy reds instead of Coretta Scott Kings out there. Okay? This is what they did. Matter of fact, we're gonna elevate some of their most elite and we're gonna buy them off and have them saying all kind of foolishness and foolery. That's what they did. Literacy was more than knowledge for us. It was rebellion. And in a system designed to keep Black minds in bondage, education became the key to unlocking opportunity and building leadership and disrupting generational cycles of poverty. Education wasn't just about advancement. It wasn't just about trying to make a few dollars. It was about escape, protection, and building sovereign institutions that could one day rival those of a dominant society. I feel I have an obligation to my foundation of Black American brothers and sisters. I feel like I follow the vein of a Booker T. Washington, a George Washington Carver, and all the great educators, whether we talk about Thurgood Marshall. I feel like I have an obligation to my people. That's why I come in here and I don't just fill this up full of fluff. I make sure you learn something. You see? See, when slavery and segregation, incarceration destroyed nuclear families, Black Americans responded by expanding the concept of family itself. We got play cousins, we got aunties, we got big mamas, right? And you got your uncle, Uncle D, right? These are all affectionate terms. This is our infrastructure. So you lost your daddy. You didn't have one, but you've been able to sit here and listen to me for the past 5, 10 years, and you've been able to pick up a few things. You watching my sons grow. Even though you didn't have a father to pattern what you do with your sons after, you can see what I'm doing with my sons so we can build better men, build better Black men. That's why I opened my life up and put these things on the internet so you can see the little things I do. Go check out my, what do they call the shorts? It's just me hanging out with my sons. Hot and dusty sometimes, sweaty. I got that drunk t-shirt that hang all the way down here with a coffee stain on it. But you get a chance to see what fatherhood is like up close and personal. Nevertheless, this family structure, this web of surrogate family members, it forms a social safety net, and it filling roles of guidance counselors and caregivers and disciplinarians and protectors. These kinship bonds allow for emotional resilience and generational continuity in environments where formal institutions fail or were weaponized against us. All right? Like the prison system took your parents away. You understand? Even our language, they reduce it to slang. But outsiders, you know, it's actually far more sophisticated. They call it African vernacular English, but it's a living language. It developed under conditions of repression and is used to communicate across racial surveillance lines to preserve culture and to express complex social commentary. If I say something like, he been gone, he been gone. Most people, if you read that, it's like he been gone. That's incorrect statement, right? But the foundational Black America, if I say, man, he been gone, you know just what I said. That means that he traversed from this particular location a long time ago, far before you initiated your conversation as to where it was at what point in time he departed. You see, he been gone, means he's been gone a long time. You see? And whether we talk about music, comedy, protests, and daily life, African vernacular English communicates layered meaning, humor, resistance, emotional depth in both linguistic and a shield and a sword. You know, Black Americans have long recognized the power of story, whether we talk about oral, musical, cinematic, whether we talk about Brer Rabbit, to novels from Toni Morrison, films from Spike Lee, you know, and so it defines our identity. It resists erasure and it shapes how other people see. You can't say all Black people are man and you uneducated. You looking at my ugly face every night. He Black. He found. How can you say there's no intelligent Black men and intelligent Black women? You gotta look at me every day. You see me in here with my 3 ugly kids. Okay, and you say the Black fathers are not involved, but look at Dennis Spurling. He's up there all the time with his kids. You see what I'm saying? Because see, this country was built on false narratives about Black inferiority, and reclaiming the pen has been an act of political and spiritual self-defense. You see, and that's what we're doing. You understand? We've done so much, even the way we use humor. Whether we're talking about Richard Pryor, Bill Cosby, Martin Lawrence, this is not simply comic relief. It is psychological warfare. From the juke joints to the comedy clubs, satire and laughter have served as tools for truth-telling and trauma release. Comedians like Paul Mooney, Dave Chappelle, and I already mentioned the late, great Richard Pryor, use humor to expose racism and critique power and reclaim agency. And in a world that often reduces black pain to pathology, humor becomes a form of cultural dignity. Even look at the way, have you all, anybody ever been to a funeral in New Orleans? Our mourning and going home ceremonies. Black American funeral tradition, rich with music, testimony, celebration, and they stand in contrast to a society that has historically devalued Black life and Black death. Do you understand what I'm saying? They said you not nothing. Your life meant nothing. And then at your funeral, people got T-shirts. Folks is coming out testifying. Oh yeah, man, I used to love Big Head Ray. Big Head, I remember we called him Big Head Ray. Back in the day, people telling you they're humanizing you. And see, they make a big deal about your death down in New Orleans. Then you have a whole second line. You get to, used to get to getting it. You know what I'm saying? See, homecoming services are not only to honor the deceased, but to affirm the worth of every Black soul who lived in resistance. Mourning becomes a sacred political act, and you can't erase those we remember. You understand me? What about barbershops, but beauty salons, street vendors, and food trucks? They're more than just businesses. They're extensions of cultural autonomy. These institutions thrive despite being locked out of formal economic systems, offering employment, gathering space, mentorship, and pride. Nobody else has a black barbershop culture like Black folk, whether we talking about beauty salons or barbershops. These are our spaces. I just went to the barbershop today. I'm telling you, you feel good going in there. You chop it up, you talk to your people, you see what's going on, you talk about events. And remember, we had societies where there were no banks. You see, there was no employment opportunity. And so these sort of businesses offer financial stability and intergenerational entrepreneurship. In the Black church, it's always been more than just a house of worship. It's been an incubator for leadership, a communication center, a political platform, and cultural archives. Black Americans transformed Christianity into theology of liberation, making it reflect our historical realities and aspirations. Gospel music, truth music. Ain't that what the gospel mean? What does the word gospel mean? Doesn't it mean truth? Sunday sermons, church mothers form a spiritual rhythm that has anchored the community through slavery, lynching, civil rights struggles, and modern systematic challenges. Even here's the thing, we had to look, despite redlining, land theft, and predatory lending, Black Americans have always pursued land ownership as a survival strategy. From whether we talking about post-Civil War, land grabs, to modern housing advocacy, the fight for land and ownership symbolizes more than just shelter. It represents political power, economic independence, and the right to claim space in the nation, but built on our labor. So we exercise a total cultural strategy. Now, I hope I've done enough to try to explain to you what our culture is and what it does. And it's because of all those things we've been able to survive. Now, FBA culture, it's not African. It's not a defective African culture. It's distinct. And I want you all to understand, and I want you to dig in deep, and I want you to really understand. One of the most persistent misconceptions is the belief that foundational Black American culture is merely a broken or watered down derivative of African culture. And so my problem is that this is assumption often repeated by both African immigrants and some very misinformed voices within the diaspora, but it overlooks a critical historical and sociological truth. Foundational Black American culture was not shaped by Africa. It was shaped by centuries of survival within a unique social, geographic, and political context in the United States. Now, I'm going to cite somebody that most of you all don't know. The man is almost 100 years old. His name is Thomas Sowell. He's an economist and he's a historian. I just got tuned into him maybe about 5 or 6 years ago. Thomas Sowell, Thomassowell. He's foundational Black American. And what you will find is many of his critics are Caribbean, they're African. I want you to keep that in mind. A lot of our foundational Black American leaders have always been vilified and called names by influential people who are correct. I just want you to, I'm just pointing it out there. You can say what you want to say. Okay, you can do your homework. You look at their critics. Look at the critics. Anytime you have a strong foundational Black American leader pop up, 9 times out of 10, especially if they're not going with the status quo. Anybody, look at everybody that Roland Martin criticizes. You understand? Look at everybody that he criticizes. Thomas Sowell, he might have Caribbean roots, just like many of you from Louisiana, but he's culturally foundational Black American. But many of our behavioral and cultural traits often are attributed to these patterns of speech and attitudes toward authority. You understand? They don't originate in Africa. Some of it comes from white folk, what he referred to as cracker culture of the American South. Cracker culture itself traces back to disenfranchised rural populations in the British Isles, particularly in the borderlands of Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland. Many of you all who don't actually know. So Great Britain is a bunch of little islands. You know, you all know that England is an actual island, okay? And Ireland is an island. And Britain is divided into 2 things. You got Scotland and you got England. And they've been fighting it out for a minute. All right, but here's what you need to understand. During slavery and Jim Crow, Black Americans lived in proximity to poor Southern whites. So Thomas Sowell argues that the environment, not racial ancestry, drove cultural exchange. Just as enslaved Africans were stripped of their original languages and religions and tribal customs upon arrival in America, they were simultaneously immersed in a new, already existing culture, the culture of rural, honor-obsessed, poorly educated white folk down south. The result is you got a cultural hybrid, but not one descended from African models. Instead, many of these traits are now associated with Black culture in America, such as suspicion of formal authority, verbal agility and humor as social tools. Africans are not that funny. Okay, they're just not. Africans are not like us when it comes to being suspicious of formal authority. They listen to the chief, they listen to everybody, they follow instructions. All right. Another thing is our fierce defense of personal respect. This is what we got from them poor white folk who came from the British Isles. The distrust of overvaluing formal education. You see what I'm saying? That was part of it too. That mirrored some of the traits that what they call poor whites had, and whose lineage includes a lot of tribal violence, a lot of marginalization, and a lot of anti-intellectualism in the British Isles. So remember, think about the Great Migrations, and we talked about this. When you have millions of Southern Black folks, the unacculturated Black folk who've been living down south, right? Think about that. They moved north during the Great Migration, something we talked about. Look at my videos. They brought that culture with them. It wasn't a tribal African culture. We had been removed from Africa for 400 or 500 years. It was a rural Southern American culture. And as Thomas Sowell explains, this culture clashed with the norms of the urban industrialized bureaucratic cities in leading to the persistent misunderstanding and stereotypes about Black behavior. Because remember, you had Black folks in Detroit, Black folks in New York since before it was even a country, before America was even a country. These were sophisticated Black people. These were enclaves. These was classy Black people. This is what they talk about. And then you had all these poor country Black folk come up from down south, right? Right. And of course, you had this class-based sort of and regional traits passed on culturally. So what Thomas Sowell is saying is that this culture is not genetic. Okay, it's racially encoded. It is a behavior learned through circumstances like any culture, and it can evolve. Black Americans are not biologically predisposed to any of these behaviors. All right, this understanding dismantles both the racist biology-based arguments and the romanticization of the behavior, okay, that we have today, like that is all traditional African and it's about this whole thing of jumping the broom. They don't jump the broom in Africa. That was something that came from the British Isles. You understand me? I want y'all to understand that. We talk about jump the broom. This is African. No, it is not African at all. Okay? They don't jump the broom in Africa. This is a traditional, something they did in England. Or the British, as I said, the British Isles. All right? And in fact, if there are any cultural threads Black Americans retain from African ancestors, it's not tribal traditions, but core instinct to survive, adapt, and build anew. From soul food to jazz, from resistance movements to fashion, from the Black church to civil rights organizations, Black American culture was forged under fire. Do you know in the British Isles, they used to hoop and holler at their religious ceremonies, and Black folks do the same thing, but Africans don't? Not back then. Again, this is not a diluted African echo. It's not a defective colonial artifact. It is wholly a distinct cultural system born in enslavement, displacement, and proximity to poor white people from the British Isles, okay? And of course, you're gonna have some Native American influences, all mixed in, all right? But it was all resistance against systematic anti-Blackness and the creative will to endure. It is a new world culture. Our culture is wholly American. It's as innovative and original as any national identity on earth. It should be understood, studied, and respected on its own terms, not measured against some old world standard African culture that it didn't descend from. This is not an indictment of Africa. African cultures are valid in their own right, but FBA culture is not African culture. And see, pretending otherwise, it does a disservice to our culture and theirs, in fact. Now, as far as we're concerned right now, foundation of Black Americans are drawing a line, not because of, well, it's because we have to. We're intentionally delineating ourselves from African and Caribbean immigrants because their cultural frameworks are not only incompatible with our historical reality in America, they're ineffective in confronting the specific dangers we face as a racial minority under systematic anti-Black racism. Let me go ahead and put this plain. These people who come over here with their African cultures and their Caribbean cultures, your culture doesn't work here in America. Ours does. Let me say that again. Your African culture is not going to work here in America. See, a survival in this hostile environment requires a very specialized culture. Black Americans are less than 15% of the US population. We're living under constant pressure of a dominant society with a long and ongoing history of anti-Black policies, behaviors, even the way the media portrays us. And this environment is unlike anything that you have in Africa or the Caribbean. And it's nothing that you faced in your home countries. When everyone around them was black, okay, these people's tribal or ethnic identity outweighed the racial politics, okay? That works over there. Foundational Black Americans had to create something different. Our culture, our food, our music, our fashion, our speech, our faith, our organizing, even our instincts are specialized. It's a specialized tool set built to survive for hundreds of years, to resist, to remain rooted and alive in this hostile land. This is not theoretical. It's tested. It's battle worn. It's an American-born system. It's an American-born people. The people just told you how tough we are. The people just told you all we do is fight. You can't bring these imported defective strategies to this country and think you're going to survive. African and Caribbean cultures come with colonial coping mechanisms or tribal divisions that simply don't work in the U.S. context. Tribalism in particular, think about it. Dividing people because of their language and their religion or their ethnicity, that's going to fail. That's why you all sold us into slavery. That's why you got overrun. In a society where blackness itself is the primary basis of discrimination, you can't afford to fracture yourselves further by adopting these cultural tendencies that divide you up based on how you say loaf of bread. By the way, how you need to unify. That's why we don't want tribalism here. We don't want colorism here. And believe me, those Caribbean islands are full of that. We don't want a caste system. And we damn sure don't want passive acceptance of exploitation. We're not impressed by imported colonial pride dressed up as tradition. In fact, we see much of it as a liability, a psychological and political weakness that prevents unity, transparency, and progress in the American context. You see? Many of these behaviors attributed to Black culture in the U.S. are not African holdovers. They're the result of shared cultural environments between enslaved Black folk and poor white folk. That's why I told y'all from the onset, Black people and white people, we have an understanding. That doesn't mean it's always at peace, but we have an understanding because we have a shared language and a shared culture, even though ours is different. Nevertheless, this is an American phenomenon, not an African one. Our evolution from those behaviors have evolved, and there's a deliberate rejection of many of the self-destructive tendencies and the cultivation of these institutions and values and strategies that don't serve us over here in this country under this system. So no, we're not looking to take your culture. We don't like your culture. We don't want to be Africans. We don't want your culture. It's not going to work. It doesn't belong here. And it doesn't belong to us. Our culture is designed for war. FBA culture is designed to withstand what we face. Demonization in the media, war. Criminalization in the courts, war. Economic exclusion, war. Police violence, war. Educational neglect, war. Political erasure, war. And it gives us the tools to humanize ourselves globally through our music and art, protest and organize through the Black church and other grassroots movements. Shout out to Penny for it. Protect and nourish each other through shared identity, soul food and street fashion. Speak and signal with our language to build community and pass knowledge covertly. You heard when that brother said, I don't know them people. Shit. If you hear black, look, all I got to do is say shit. Everybody that's foundational Black American know what my response was to whatever somebody just said. Shit. Shit. You see? I mean, think about it. Nothing was said. But see, that is African vernacular language. And it really takes me I got to be around my people to really chop it up and you begin to understand. See, all of this is a cultural strategy, not a sentiment. All that kiss butt, all that, I'm gonna just say, all that kiss assing that you Africans do, all of that y'all do, that's not gonna get you anywhere but smashed out in America. The first people they take care of in the wrong way are the ones closest to them when the poop hit the fan. See, we project strength with our physicality and our aesthetics in sports and style and rhetoric. And that keeps people at bay, not around here acting timid and weak. See, we're not the same, and it's not an insult. It's a declaration of survival. It's a boundary between being drawn around our cultural identity forged in the furnace of the American racial caste system. It is, how would I say, it is a protective mechanism that prevents dilution and exploitation and confusion. We would have welcomed y'all as allies, but we don't welcome cultural replacement and guilt tripping or entitlement to the sacrifices we made. If your culture could beat white supremacy, it would have done so in your homeland. By contrast, we beat ours under his boot, and we still here. Let me make this plain. Any culture built to function where Black people are the majority will fail when transplanted into a society where Black people are the permanent targeted minority. In places like Nigeria and Jamaica and Haiti and Ghana, where Black faces fill the streets, hold offices, and run institutions, culture evolved in the absence of total racial marginalization. Yes, those nations have deep issues rooted in colonialism and corruption and classism and tribal warfare, but what they don't have is the experience of being systematically crushed and erased by white power structure that dominates every field of significance: legal, social, political, and economic. Here in the United States, we do. This country it wasn't designed for you. It wasn't built with you in mind, and it doesn't care where you came from. It just sees Black. And that's where your culture fails. Your imported rituals, your outdated gender norms, your tribal allegiances, your colonial manners, your pride and symbols that don't move power here, all right, all of that gets you nowhere. See that post-colonial optimism, that class-based elitism. I'm from this tribe. That's status back home. But here, it buys you nothing but the same discrimination we've been navigating through for centuries. Now that foundational Black Americans are delineating and separating our identity and refusing to carry you on our backs, you feel a certain type of way. Now you know you about to feel the full weight of what it is to be Black in this country, and it's coming fast. And no more pretending to be African American to get access to scholarships or minority set-asides or media sympathy. No more using our civil rights legacy as your entry pass while disrespecting the very people who built it. No more cosplaying as FBA when it's convenient and retreating to your homeland and your flags and your pride when it suits you. The mask is off now. You're going to walk into a job interview as a Nigerian, not as a Black American. You're going to enter into a courtroom as a Haitian, not as a descendant of the United States Black Americans who endure slavery here. You're going to check that college application, label other African immigrant. That's what's going to happen. And America is going to treat you accordingly. And when you look around for help, you'll find you're alone. You see, we were your buffer. Our culture, our struggle, and our endurance shielded you from what this country truly does to unprotected Black people. And now that we've stepped aside, you'll get a full dose. As the old Black American saying goes, I can show you better than I can tell you. Or in other words, all that stuff y'all was talking, your mouth wrote a check that your ass can't cash. Excuse the language, family friendly. And if you don't believe me, just watch and see. Your culture's gonna crack under pressure because it was not built for war. It was built for peacetime among your own people. Ours was forced under fire. Yours is about to feel the heat. And that's not hate, that's prophecy. Now, one of the most least discussed, but most glaring problems undermining cultural and social stability in African nations is the fragmented, contradictory nature of your spiritual system. Yeah, I'm about to talk about your gods. I'm going to talk about your weak gods, the same weak gods that allow these northern European invaders and Arabs to come in and divide you. I'm going to talk about it. Since you say you have a superior culture, I'm going to talk about it today. These systems are not structured for cohesion, collective empowerment, or scalable moral leadership. Instead, they're tribal. They're hyper-local. And they're incompatible with the modern day world that we live in. Across pre-colonial and even present day Africa, religious practices is fractured. One village prays to the river spirits, another one prays to the iron gods, and another is praying to some animal totem. Some of you all invoke a jinn, others blend Islam or Christianity with some animist rituals. These are not, there's no unifying. There's no shared scripture. There's no standardized ethics. Religion is not a binding force. It is a dividing line amongst you all. And this unity is not benign. It helped fuel the transatlantic slave trade in West Africa. Listen to me. In West Africa, Islamic scholars in cities like Timbuktu and Kano justified enslaving fellow Africans on religious grounds. They labeled animists and those who practice these traditional beliefs as kafir, C-A-F-I-R. That stands for infidels. And sanctioned their enslavement. Usman Dan Fodio, his 19th century jihad under the Sokoto Caliphate was a perfect example. See, it wasn't just about spreading Islam. It was about punishing Africans who worshiped, quote unquote, incorrectly. His campaign raided the Hausa kingdoms, such as Gubar, Kano, Katsina, Zaria, and extended into modern day Nigeria and Niger, Cameroon, Burkina Faso, and Benin. Women and children were trafficked, whole villages destroyed, not by Europeans, but by their own neighbors due to religious incompatibility. I want this to sink in because I don't want y'all to let this fly by you. If your ancestors were brought here between 1800 and 1900, and they came from the west coast of Africa, which many of them did, these were Black Africans enslaving genetically identical people because of their religious beliefs. There was no Pan-Africanism. There was no black first, just sectarian tribalism. Even outside of Islam, religion remained tethered to tribe. The Yoruba gods were for Yoruba people. The Igbo gods were for Igbo. Your deities define your identity, and everyone else's beliefs were alien. And this created a culture of suspicion, betrayal, and opportunism. If your tribe didn't worship the same way, you could be raided, sold, or sacrificed. This is what happens when theology is weaponized. This is what happens when culture lacks unifying identity. And this is exactly why foundational Black Americans reject wholesale the adoption of African spiritual systems. See, shout out to JW. Let me run this back to you. There's a reason why we pray to Jesus. There's a reason why Black Americans call you a foreigner if you don't speak English. Or you don't speak English well. See, look here. It didn't matter if you were a Mandinka or a Yoruba or Igbo, if you were a Fulani, all of that was stripped away on those slave ships and on those tribal lines. All that vanished. And in its place, Black Americans forged unity, not through fractured gods, but through shared struggle for survival. See, they forced Christianity on us, but we reimagined it into a liberation theology that suited us. That's our culture. The Black church became a headquarters for resistance, fundraising, moral clarity, and civil rights strategy. Shout out to David Johnson, asshole. See, we didn't rely on goat sacrifices or village shamans. We built a spiritual engine of survival and unity and empowerment through Christianity. Whether you call yourself a Baptist or a Catholic, we all on the same page. Now compare that with nations where tribal religion still dominates, where's their cohesion? Where are their institutions? Where's their global influence? What you'll find instead are Pentecostal pastors quoting Western preachers in Lagos. You'll find Wahhabi clerics enforcing rigid doctrine in Dakar. Crusades that mimic American evangelical concerts. Even they know their old systems don't work anymore. And so they've given that up. So now, that being the case, why import that dysfunction here? Why blend Jen's beliefs with Jesus or idol worship with Black liberation? It didn't work in Africa. It won't work here. We Black Americans know what does work here. We built it, and we don't want to go back to that. You see? We wholesale reject your religious influence. We know what it produced betrayal, it produced bondage and moral confusion. Religion should never be a pretext to enslave your neighbor or justify disunity. When you import those fractured systems into America, blending Jen's beliefs with Jesus, spirit possession with Christian baptism, or trying to integrate polytheism into Black liberation, you end up with chaos. You don't build power, you build conflict. Let's contrast that with what we built. We didn't have 1,000 gods like you all did. We didn't have animus and confusion. We had a singular focus, freedom. Though we were force-fed Christianity, we turned it into a liberation theology. We turned Black churches into command centers. We created songs that preserved our faith and our freedom. We used religion not to divide, but to unify. The church was where we planned resistance, where we raised money, where we held each other up. We did not need a goat sacrifice to survive. We needed order, morality, and purpose. That is the religion Black Americans built. Not just a spiritual one, but a strategic one. not imported, forged in the belly of the beast, and it worked. That's what you need to understand. We don't want that failed religion that you had that failed you. We don't want it. Even now, y'all gave up Islam, y'all gave up your spiritual systems, y'all took up Islam and Christianity. So again, this is where we are. And here's something else you need to understand. The wounds of history don't just fade, they echo. And today those echoes are manifesting in the cultural tension between foundational Black Americans and Black immigrants from Africa and the Caribbean. We are told to embrace Pan-Africanism. That's what our leaders told us, even though it was a one-way street. And to every Black face, every Black face was our brother or sister. We were just supposed to collapse centuries of betrayal and bloodshed and belief, you know, and just have a big kumbaya moment. But we haven't forgotten. We can't forget. Because that same fractured thinking, that the tribal superiority, the religious arrogance, the disunity that allowed millions of us to be sold into bondage and millions more to perish in the Middle Passage, it still lives today in the minds of many immigrants who arrive in the United States. Let's be honest. Many African immigrants don't see themselves as Black first. They see themselves as Nigerian. They see themselves as Ghanaian. And even further, they don't see us, the descendants of the enslaved. What they see is lazy people who are morally loose, who are spiritually cursed, who are disconnected. That's not unity. That's judgment. That's hierarchy wrapped in melanin. Just like the pre-colonial Africa, they often carry with them the same belief systems that fractured the continent: ethnic superiority, religious elitism, and disdain for those outside their tribe. Y'all talk about Black Americans. We picked up something from the white man. Y'all picked up something from the white man too. Shout out to Willis Addison. The white man taught you ethnic superiority, or did he? Maybe you had it with you. Religious elitism, that's why he imposed his on yours. So did the Arabs. Disdain for those outside of your tribe. That's what you're doing. You got people call themselves Nigerian Pentecostals telling Black Americans we don't pray right. You got these folk, these Haitian voodoo practitioners claiming their spirits are stronger than our Jesus. You got these Caribbean elites lecturing us about work ethic, while reaping the benefits of our hard work through the civil rights movement and what we've been doing since then. These aren't hypotheticals. These are real world frictions playing out in schools, workplaces, political coalitions, and online discourse. Listen to them talk. African immigrants arrive with national pride. You understand me?
Americans, they don't know where they're from, you know.
I think American Black people are the most lost Black people in the world.
Like my mom would tell me,
we lost. Yet they come to our country, but we lost.
not to marry, not
Yeah.
Right. She says it all the time.
My parents are both from Grenada. They came here in the 80s and
Fair
90s.
use.
So what he was saying about how they think that Black people are lazy does resonate with me, because I've heard that a lot.
Don't go and talk to those Black Americans. You just go and get pregnant. You get into drugs. You become the gang banging. Just go to the white community, find a nice place.
To the white
Just go and be them.
Africans have a reputation of running up behind white people and kissing their butt. And if it's one thing that Black Americans don't like, it's a bunch of Black folk kissing white people butt, because you make us all look bad. That's why we have to delineate. Keep on listening to this.
Be decent. Stay with the white people.
We don't want them, yeah?
They're your brothers and sisters.
They're not our brothers.
They're not our brothers. And we believe you. So in effect, these folk have already delineated, and now you concerned because we
in London.
Oh, that's just loud. I can't listen to that. You understand what I'm saying? Fair use. Look, I'm not necessarily trying to demonize you folk. I'm just highlighting the pattern. Cultural tension that stems from hate. Y'all hate towards us. But it also reflects history. When your ancestors benefited from selling ours, when your culture normalized that betrayal through religion, when your modern elites look down on the people who built the very freedoms you now enjoy in America, it's going to be a problem. See, we are not your long lost cousins. We are the descendants of the betrayed, not the betrayers. And while we're not looking for revenge, we're also not looking to be erased, not culturally, not spiritually, and not politically. That's why FBAs are drawing the line. We are not we're not a dumping ground for failed ideologies and religious confusion or imported tribal conflict. We've built a culture of survival, a faith of liberation, and a community rooted in justice and clarity. So when immigrants intentionally or not bring with them these fractured systems, divided loyalties, and arrogance of old tribal hierarchies, don't be surprised when we push back. I don't give a damn what kind of African tribe. I don't care if you Fulani, Igbo, bullshit. I don't give a damn. This is America, Jack. You understand me? That tribe don't mean a damn thing. We, hey, you look, Blackfoot, Navajo. I'm from a small tribe called Slapaho. You understand me? I'm from the Slapaho tribe. You understand me? You can get some of that. Shit, excuse me. Family friendly. Look, we're not rejecting unity. We're rejecting disunity masquerading as unity. We've already lived through the consequences of blind acceptance. This time, we require accountability, respect, and shared sacrifice before allegiance, because we know something too many of y'all don't. Not every black face is a black ally, and not every cultural bond is worth forming if it threatens the house we've spent centuries building from scratch and defending. Look, many of the cultural structures brought over from parts of Africa and the Caribbean are simply not designed to function in a hostile, anti-black environment like the United States. They're built on assumptions that do not apply here, and the results are predictable collapse, confusion, and cultural irrelevance. Start with the whole patriarchal model. Listen to me now. In many African and Caribbean societies, men are culturally and economically and spiritually dominant. They are dysfunctional in the American context. See, these patriarchal models are rooted in male dominance. Okay, and how does a man normally dominate a woman in his family in these African countries? How do they dominate? Huh? Usually with force, usually with the back of the hand. You understand? But see, these patriarchal models rooted in this male dominance, they're not designed to withstand the complex, hostile, and racially charged environment in the United States. And when they're dropped into this system, they collapse almost immediately. You can't build a family structure in this country where only the man is allowed to lead, because when he gets locked up or red line or unalived by the police or drafted in the war, destroyed through COINTELPRO, what happens next? Or when he mess around and do something to his sugar boo, and sugar boo called 911 on him, and then she find out she can't recant that statement, even if she you going to jail. So that imported patriarchy from Africa doesn't survive oppression. In many African and Caribbean societies, men are treated as supreme authority, economically, culturally, and spiritually. The man is expected to be the sole provider, the final decision maker, and the unchallenged leader. But here in America, black men have never been permitted to operate that way. We are the primary targets of systematic oppression. You understand? Look at the incarceration rate. Economic exclusion. Black men face unemployment rates that are higher than white men by volumes. Look at all the governmental programs, whether we're talking about COINTELPRO to set up to destroy our leadership. Mass incarceration gutted our communities in the 1980s and 90s. Redlining stole our wealth. You literally had white people literally threatened to unalive black people and ran us out the South and took the land. And this white people living in land that was owned by black people right now. The 1994 crime bill fed our sons into the prisons. So if your model is the man leads, the woman submits, what happens when the man is unalive, jailed, or economically castrated? Your system fails. If the woman isn't educated, if she isn't empowered and hasn't been given the tools to lead, the entire family falls apart when the man disappears. That's why foundational Black American culture has evolved a different model, not by choice, but by necessity. We developed strong matriarchs, women who could step in, hold the line, feed the children, work 2 jobs, run the household, and keep the name alive. Our women became leaders, organizers, breadwinners, and moral anchors, not because they damn wanted to, and not because they wanted to replace the men, but because someone had to hold the line while the system tried to erase our bloodline. We didn't do this because they hated men. They damn sure didn't do it because they were lazy. Many black men held their sons on the farm and sent their daughters to school. Teachers, preachers, and undertakers. So unless you wanted to be an undertaker or a preacher, you was gonna work in the fields. The girls went to school. Look at all the teacher colleges that we have, filled up with little black girls. Men were being systematically removed, from the FBI attacks on our leadership to the war on drugs, to the mass incarceration that came after 1995 and the mass incarceration explosion, to the economic sabotage of our communities. Our survival depended on women stepping up, and they did. And this is why you have the image of a big mama that dates back to slavery, that dates back to Jim Crow. Big mama was strong. She was unshaken. She was unbought. She was iconic. Tyler Perry has created a whole genre of movies called about Madeira based on that big mama personality that we all grew up with in Generation X and before. That's why it hits home. See, Big Mama was not a symbol of female tyranny. She is the response to systematic genocide. See, many immigrants come here clinging to these patriarchal structures that, quite frankly, already failed them back home. The idea of a dominant man and a silent woman is not just outdated, it's dangerous around here. See, still, many of these imported cultures actually suppress their women. They deny them education. They mutilate their bodies in the name of tradition. They have things called honor unalivements. Honor starts with a K, okay? Many of these men right now, they treat their women as poverty. They use them, they use rape as a tool of war and subjugation. You see this in the conflict zones across Africa, where sexual violence is normalized and not condemned. You see it. You see it in the Caribbean societies, where men routinely abandon families and women bear the entire burden of child rearing without communal support or structural flexibility to survive long term. You think the out of wedlock birth rate is high in America? Go down to Jamaica. Colombia has a higher birth rate than America. That's the culture. That culture is not going to work. Let's look at the stats. In Nigeria, 30% of women between the age of 15 and 49 have experienced physical violence by their man. That's 3 in 10. That's the one that's counting. Northern Nigeria, they still marrying little girls. Look, they got child marriage going on. It's rampant. They also do female genital mutilation. It's still practiced in several regions despite the global condemnation of UNICEF in 2023. That's right now. This is the culture that they're bringing over here. This is the dominant culture. Let's talk about Haiti. 1 in 3 Haitian women reported physical or sexual violence. Gender-based violence increased by 63% after the 2010 earthquake due to weak legal protections and social norm. So this is what you do when the society breaks down. This is what your culture said do. Haitians, where y'all at? This is what y'all do to your women? And you still blaming the United States? Same thing goes for you Nigerians. This is how you treat your women? What about Jamaica? 1 in 4 women have suffered intimate partner violence. That was a report from 2021. Domestic is underreported due to cultural stigma and inadequate enforcement and protection law. She telling he doing this to me, she can't say nothing. He gonna do it again. The police are just gonna laugh at you. This is what they got going on in Jamaica. This is your superior culture. Let me just say this. In America, we have something called hot grits. Ain't gonna be too much of that going on here in America. Hot grits. And most of y'all understand, hot grits, hot grease. You can't do that to our women up here. Hell, in some cases, our women are more abusive to men than we are. There was a whole report that came out about what was going on in the 70s and 80s. There were more men unalived by their women, black men unalived by their women than reverse. Hot grits. They will scald the hell out of you. And since we're talking about superior culture, you know South Africa is considered the grape capital of the world. They get 100 grapes daily. And I'm not talking about the type of grapes you make wine with. 100 grapes daily. And thousands more go unreported. This is a report from 2023. This is the culture that y'all say is superior to Black American culture. Are you kidding me? See, this is not just numbers. These are symptoms of a failed social structure and a failed culture that normalizes oppression against women. That's not culture. That don't survive here. In the US, you can't afford to keep your woman silent and uneducated or dependent. Because if she's dependent on you. What happens if you fall off? You go to jail. You die from a heart attack from stress. Your sons are targeted. Your men are criminalized. Your community is under siege. Everybody has to fight. That includes the women. That includes our daughters. That includes Big Mama. In the United States, you can't afford to keep your women barefoot and silent. You can't afford to have weak daughters and voiceless wives. Not when your sons are being targeted, your men are being criminalized, your whole bloodline is on the chopping block. In this land, everybody fights. That's why that brother told you that earlier. That's all we do is fight. Look, brothers, listen to me. We have legitimate critiques about power struggles in our home. You got to come home and you pulling up in the driveway, contemplating about what you gonna say. If she say this, I'm gonna say that. She say this, I'm gonna say that. I'm like, damn, I know. Been there, done that. But that power struggle is precisely the power struggle that allowed us to survive. See, we didn't die out because our women refused to die out. They stepped into the fire right with us and they didn't flinch. So when you bring you Africans and you Caribbean, when you bring that fragile patriarchal model here, understand this, your blueprint will collapse at the first sign of real oppression. That's what you see happening right now. Let me tell you something. I want to show you. Let me bring it home. I want you. What's gonna happen to his family? Huh? Now he's being sent back to Africa. What's gonna happen? His women not strong enough to make it out here by themselves. He didn't. They sent his black butt back to Africa somewhere. You understand me? This used to happen 100 times a day in Black America when we had a convict program. If your woman is not strong enough to take care of kids, guess what happens? Your bloodline fails. You understand me? We know what works and we know what fails. And we're not going back to systems that can't even survive pressure, let alone white supremacy. You won't bring over that broken social model, your ancient tribal norms, or you ain't gonna sit on no thrones over here, chief. I don't care what your daddy was. You was a chief back home, go back home. This is a different world we live in. You're our guest. See, America is going to be the real test. Only the strongest cultures survive here. Here's another thing I want you to understand. Brothers, I want you to come close. Let me tell you about yourself. Ladies, I want to tell you about black men. I'm talking about foundational black American men. I know you all have seen the success that many of these black men are having, right? With other women of other races, right? Let's just be honest. Come on in, baby. This is not talking about you. I just want you to listen. See, here's what the world often won't say out loud, but women of all races feel it. Shout out to John Hill. Black American men, not Caribbean, not African. We are the most egalitarian group of men on the planet, Earth. This is not hubris. It's cultural truth backed by evidence and experience. Why? It's founded in a matriarchal survival model. That's what I'm trying to tell you. See, black American men grew up watching Big Mama and Mama run the house. Men would come and go. It's the truth. Sometimes Mama had a couple boyfriends, Mr. Charles, Mr. Frank. Dated him for a couple years, little brother, two little sisters, whatever. Women, black American women are not submissive. You see? They couldn't be. You got men who are absent and in prison and dealing with COINTELPRO and economic sabotage and systematic repression. Women stepped in. They became the breadwinners. They became the spiritual compass. We learned that leadership wasn't male exclusive. We watched resilience and femininity and embraced partnership, not dominance. That's us. That's us. You grew up with your mama. We don't expect leadership to default to men. We don't necessarily demand submission to prove our masculinity. Black Americans raise our daughters with authority and agency. We stand beside women, not above them. Black American men lead with empathy and strategy and support. Here's the data. There was a CDC report that came out in 2013. What did it say? It said black fathers, whether we lived in a house or not, were shown to engage more with child rearing than any other group. That's not something that men traditionally do. We are 4 times more likely to bathe our children. Men don't do that in other countries. Dress our children, feed our children, play with our children on a daily basis. Men don't do that in other countries. What does that tell you? Where we learn that from? We learned it from our mamas. We're more likely to do that than Hispanic men, right? And white men. Matter of fact, we're more likely to read to our kids than Hispanic men or white women, white men, and help them with their homework on a daily basis. This is easy to look up. On its face, it counters the stereotype of the absentee or disengaged father. But when you dig deeper, you see, well, where did they get that from? They get it from their mama, because they're egalitarian. Even when black men don't live with their children, black men remain highly involved in eating meals together, playing and caring for our kids just as much as when we do live in the house. And this is not something that men normally do across cultures. Now, what women see, what do you think these other women, when they compare their man to this black man over here, this black American man, because African men don't do it. Well, the numbers bear out. Black men consistently rank as a preferred partner across multiple platforms and studies. Let's look at OkCupid. This was analyzed by the co-founder of OkCupid, Christian Rudder. It showed black men were among the most favorably rated, often outpacing men from other racial groups. Damn. And I know we handsome, but it ain't that. You see? It ain't just looks. And it's not just money, because there's other men that are better looking and got more money than us. So why do you think that is? Well, it's because when the rubber hits the road, they want to go with us. I'm just saying, family, just think about it. There's a Pew Research data in 2015. Black men are twice as likely as black women to marry someone of a different race. What does that mean? It was 24% to 12%. What does it mean? It means that these other women say, well, hey, I'm going to take this black man. We're not disparaging black women, because remember, I explained to you earlier, black women culturally have had to do something that other women haven't had to do just yet. And I'm going to get to that in a minute. But these other women see black men as more easier to get along with, more egalitarian. There was a Gallup poll of 2021. 94% of Americans approve of interracial marriage, including black and white parents. And these statistics show how black American men are seen as emotionally available, egalitarian, and partnership-minded, traits valued across all cultures. See, we got to deal with these numbers. See, the reason that black men are twice as likely to marry outside the race, more so than black women, black men 24% likely to marry black women 12%. It's not happening by accident. It's not forced. Okay, that women of other races are actively choosing foundational black American men. And they're doing so for reasons that go far beyond surface level traits like physique or confidence or style, or what's the thing they like to say? Fetish. That ain't it. The fetish goes out the window as soon as that sucker pass gas in the car. It goes out the window. No more fetish. You understand? We need to be real with this. If women just wanted masculinity and physical strength or great sex, they could find that anywhere. They could get that from Africans and Caribbeans and all these other black men if they just fetishizing black men. That's not it. If they wanted money, you know, there's a Jewish banker somewhere right now, a surgeon or a tech executive from another ethnic group that they can get. But they're not. They're choosing black American men, and we have to ask ourselves why. Because of the cultural upbringing. You understand me? It's the culture. Because of our egalitarian nature, and our culture is derived from what? For survival. See, we were raised in homes with powerful women, where power was shared, not hoarded, where men weren't taught to dominate their women, but to cooperate. We were raised to respect female voices and female authority, not try to silence them. We were taught that strength isn't about controlling a woman, it's about protecting her ability to thrive. These modern women, whether we talking about Asian, Latina, white, Caribbean, they're not being pressured to choose Black American men. They're opting into the culture that nurtures balance, partnership, and respect. What this means for the future of our people, let's break it down. Foundational Black American men are now having access to women of course, our own women, but also women across the globe. That means that our culture is expanding, not contracting. That means our values, our equality, our resilience, our adaptability are being passed on through every new family we build. In evolutionary terms, the purpose of culture is survival. Didn't I say that at the beginning? A culture that can reproduce, attract mates, form alliances, and adapt to a changing environment is the culture that will thrive. So what does it say when millions of women across ethnic and national lines choose us for their partners, their men? It says the foundational Black American culture is built for the future. It says our sons will carry our values. It says our daughters will inherit our strength, and our families will represent the most resilient, sought after version of Blackness on the planet. Not African Blackness, foundational Black American Blackness. This is why we don't need to beg for acceptance, and we don't care about you all telling us you're sorry. We are the standard for what works under pressure. And the world is starting to notice, because a culture that raises men to lead with balance, partner with power, and to love with dignity, that culture survives in the modern world. That culture multiplies in the modern world, and that culture wins. Now, sisters, Black American women, I want you to come up here. I want you to, all my sisters, I want you to dim the lights low, and I want you to step to the front of the room. I want to talk to you for a minute. Step to the front of the room, please, respectfully. See, Black American women didn't become strong, independent, and dominant by accident or by choice. These weren't lifestyle decisions or personality quirks. These were cultural adaptations made out of necessity, forged in the fire of systematic crisis. You became what survival required, or else our people would have perished long ago. See, let's begin where the discussion must always begin, with the culture. Culture isn't just about food or clothing. It's not limited to language or tradition or celebration. Culture at its core is a survival system. It is the result of generations of trial and error, a living blueprint for how people respond to the challenges they face, protect their families, pass down knowledge, and maintain their identity. Culture defines who protects the household, who nurtures and raises the children, how resources are distributed, and how conflicts are managed. What values are sacred and what must never be compromised. See, it evolves under pressure. It changes to meet threats. It adapts to crisis. It's not aesthetic, it's functional. See, we ain't just talking about food and dance and so on and so forth. That's an adaptation arising out of the culture. And for foundational Black Americans, culture has always been about survival under siege. This is where the behavior of Black women must be properly understood. See, when slavery and Jim Crow and lynching and mass incarceration and redlining and economic sabotage and systematic violence ripped the Black men from the home, someone had to step up. Someone had to raise the children and earn money and protect the community and preserve the culture. That someone was you, Black woman. You inherited roles no one trained you for: the breadwinner, the protector, the emotional anchor, the teacher, the spiritual guide, the cultural preserver. You didn't choose this setup. This white supremacist system chose it for you, and it expected you to fail. But rather than collapse, you got strong and you adapted. You did what had to be done, not because you wanted dominance, but because you were fighting for survival. That is what culture does. It responds to conditions, And in your case, it responded with strength, with strategy, and sacrifice. What society often calls too masculine, Black woman, too loud, too angry in you, in fact, is a culturally encoded defense mechanism born of generational trauma and a relentless need to endure. So let's put it plainly. Your strength is not a defect. Your toughness is not a flaw. Your leadership was not rebellion, it was a response. We are still here because Black women stood in the gap. And it's time we all say it out loud. Now, again, Black women didn't become strong and dominant and masculine by choice. These weren't the result of ego or rebellion or personal attitude. They were born out of necessity. For centuries, the American system worked tirelessly to dismantle the Black family structure and remove brothers, fathers, uncles, and grandfathers from the home. Whether we talk about during slavery, when the Black man was sold off, or mass incarceration, when he was put in jail for 3 strikes, economic exclusion where he couldn't get a job, government policy which purposely neutered him, whether it's financial absence or physical absence, the absence of Black male protection and provision, somebody had to step up or we would die as a people. And that someone was Black women. That was your mother, that was your auntie, that was your grandmother, that was your big sister. She had to raise the children by herself. She had to earn an income. She had to make decisions and fight the system that even men couldn't deal with in order to safeguard the future, all while enduring the pressures of racism, poverty, sexism, and societal judgment. You didn't, look, she didn't have the luxury of being soft. I'm just saying it. Let's say it what it is. I know I got a bunch of my brothers on here, my red pill brother, hey, Uncle D, you sold out. It's the truth, man. I always told y'all I'm an advocate for Black men, you know, and I'm gonna defend my client, but this is the truth, baby. She hard for a reason. She didn't have the luxury of being soft. She ain't wasn't nobody coming to rescue her. She didn't have the option of being rescued. She had to become the provider. She had to become the disciplinarian and whoop your butt. She had to become your protector when she went up to the schoolhouse yelling at the teacher about doing some slights and racism stuff towards you. She had to become your spiritual center. This woman had to be all that. She had to be the cultural glue holding everything together. That's why we all went to Big Mama house to eat and hang out and whatnot and recharge ourselves and get ready for the weekend or the weekday. These were not roles that any woman with good sense would select. These are roles that Black women had to inherit because of survival. When your men are being taken out by bullets in prisons and redlining and welfare policies, and he's so beat up and downtrodden, and then the lynchings and the government and the sabotage, Black women were forced to carry the load of 2 people. And so Black women became the emotional anchor, the teacher, the breadwinner, the guardian of dignity and tradition, and for doing what we needed to get done in society. What do? We turned around and condemned Black women. She's too angry, she's too masculine, she's too loud, she's too independent. But see, those traits weren't flaws. They were cultural adaptations shaped by relentless adversity. That's the truth, family. And I'm specifically talking to the brothers. This is the truth. Black women were responding to an emergency situation, and they didn't just survive, they kept an entire people alive under pressure. And there's no other group of women in the country that has that experience at the same scale of duration. Shout out to Try Hard. And that's what culture is for. Culture is not just food. Culture is not just music. It's not just language. Culture is a survival system. It's a set of behaviors and values and instincts developed over time to protect the group, ensuring reproduction and secure identity in the face of disruption. And your strength, Black woman, wasn't a malfunction. It was a feature. It was a strategy. And now, as America begins to shift again towards political instability and economic decline, male absence of other communities and increased state violence against other communities are going to now require other women from other races to begin to experience what Black women have had to endure for generations. These immigrant raids, the incarceration of their breadwinners, the deportation of their breadwinners, their men, systematic breakdowns. Many of these Latino families are losing their men. Family structures are being break down. Africans, Asians, they're losing their breadwinners. See, the era of that soft life is probably coming to an end for many of these women of other races, and that strong, resourceful posture of Black women is probably not going to be mocked as much as it used to. It's probably going to be studied. See, Black women, your strength, which was so often criticized, was the very thing that kept our culture from collapse. See, you adapted when no one else could. You led when leadership was abandoned. You protected when protection was stripped away. What others saw as aggression was your armor. What they call masculinity was your shield. You were never the problem. You were the solution. And it's time we said that out loud. Ladies, I want you to understand something, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart. I ain't no apologizing dude. I'm not apologizing. I will never apologize. I mean everything I say. I'm ferocious. I'm mean as hell. But I'm happy to know that this gender war is over. Why? Because I said so. The gender war is over. Why? Because Dennis Spurling, the Blizzard King, said so. It's time to end the gender war. Why? Because survival depends on it. It's time for us to heal, not just as individuals, but as a people, as a foundational Black American group of people. Because what happened to you, my sister, is not your fault. It wasn't just a string of bad choices. It wasn't about attitude. It was systematic. It was designed. It was historic. And yes, shout out to Ashra Reborn. Even the pain you've directed toward Black men, often rooted in abandonment or unmet expectation, has to be understood in context. Many of our Black men had to adapt to a world that was hunting them. And in the process, we lost connection. We lost balance. We lost each other. But that has to stop now. So from a cultural and anthropological standpoint, internal division within a group under external pressure is just suicidal. The whole world is coming after us right now. And they are within our borders. So the gender war between foundational Black American men and foundational Black American women must end, not because it's emotionally exhausting, but because it's existentially dangerous. In every society, culture functions as a survival system, as a mechanism that evolves to help people endure hostile environments. And when outside forces threaten a group's security, like foundational Black Americans are facing right now, then cohesion becomes the first line of defense. We have Africans trying to replace us. We have white people talking about, what do they call it? Black fatigue. We have Latinos who we voted not to have them deported. Well, y'all did. I didn't. I wanted them all gone, and I wanted my taxes low. But the bottom line is 82% of black people voted for Kamala Harris. Had they followed our lead, at least the men, they wouldn't be getting deported by now. Yet and still, they still turning on us. So what does that tell you? That tells me that we have some external threats. And so the gender war has to end, not because I say so, but because I have interpreted our culture, and I'm telling you, it is going to become distasteful to be warring with each other in the next 5 to 10 years. People who have made money doing that and generated a lot of money and proceeds with that conflict, it's distasteful. You're going to be in the out. Today, Black Americans are surrounded by growing hostility. We got anti-Black sentiment from Caribbean immigrants, from African nationals, from segments of the Latino, from the Arabs, the Asian populations. And yes, white folk openly talk about this Black fatigue. They're cutting up. They getting themselves ginned up. And at the same time, we're politically isolated. We're economically vulnerable, and we're socially targeted. The environment is collapsing in on us, and survival will require unity. And our culture, the same culture that they say we don't have, it requires that we prioritize our family structure and protect our lineage and unify under threat. That means the gender war, the cycle of blame and bitterness and public antagonism between foundational Black American women and foundational Black American men, it has got to stop. Because see, we can't afford the luxury of division today, right now. Not with this many enemies at the gate. Our survival as a distinct cultural group depends on our ability to close ranks and operate as a unified people. This is not about emotion, it's about strategy. The other thing is, I'm glad to see the Black women arresting. Shout out to you. Think about this. And I told y'all, they're going to be studying how strong, independent y'all were. They're going to be listening to Beyonce songs and Lil Boosie. Indeed, they're going to listen to that. Because remember, everything they chastise you for in this generation, they emulate in the next generation. Do y'all remember how in the 1980s, they used to talk about Black women with their big butts and their thick lips? Huh? Remember that? And now you see all these women trying to get big butts and thick lips. So they've been chastising you about being strong, independent, and don't need a man. And according to the I forget the name of the company, the major company on New York, by 2030, it's going to be a lot of women who don't have men. And so they're going to need to figure out how do I operate when I'm strong, independent, and don't have a man. They're going to be studying you. And you're going to look up and say, damn, 30 years ago, being a strong, independent woman was looked down upon. And now we got white women, Latina women, Asian women, Arab women, all these women are being strong, independent, and don't need a man. It's the same thing. I'm trying to tell you, baby, everything you do, they hate it till they do it. They hate it. They hate on it because they want to be it. But again, I'm glad to see Black women arresting. You're finally taking a rest. And by that, I mean, you're not out there in the streets this time. You're not holding signs and leading marches and organizing hashtags or driving the national movement politically and socially and culturally. You're taking a seat. And that silence is loud. And the truth is, that's why they coming at you. Because see, for centuries, Black women have been the blueprint of resilience, unshakable, the backbone of every major protest, every cultural shift worth noting. Whether it was the civil rights movement, the LGBT rights movement, women's rights, immigrant rights, hell, the Democrat Party, the trans movement, they got y'all in front of everything. They've always used you as the foot soldiers. They've always had Black women doing the heavy lifting with little recognition, even less reprieve. But now Black women on the couch. You're watching, you're observing, and you letting the rest of the country experience what it's like to fight without you. And see, this is not about bitterness, it's about boundaries. It's not about apathy, it's about strategy. This pause is one of the clearest, most powerful political statements in 2025. Black women have carried this burden longer than anyone should have to. And see, as long as Black women sit down, then Black men can sit down, because the only reason Black men typically get up is to go on out there and support Black women, because we can't let them do it out there by themselves. We got to. It just is what it is. Shout out to Reviewing. Black women have held the houses down, raised children alone, earned the income, protected the community, and sustained the culture, often while grieving, exhausted, or under attack. You did all of this not because you wanted to, but because you had to. What society called an attitude was an adaptation. What they labeled as too masculine was a defense. It was strategy. Black women didn't choose to lead alone, like no woman ever chooses to lead alone. You were left with no alternative. Either do it or die. Your man was gone, and now this country shifts sharply to the right, politically, economically, and culturally, and the rest of America is about to be introduced to the Black woman's reality. See, anti-Black, anti-immigrant, anti-Hispanic, anti-Muslim, anti-Asian sentiment is surging. Immigration raids are tearing families apart. Men are being deported, incarcerated, disappeared into detention centers. Homes are being stripped of their fathers, their anchors, their providers. And just like what happened to you, the woman is left behind or being forced to figure it out with no welfare, no help. They're getting their crash course in what it means to raise children alone, to protect a house with no backup, to be judged for surviving a structure that was never built to support them. They mocked Black women's strength, but now they'll have to borrow from it. Ladies, again, Morgan Stanley said in 2021, nearly half of all American women will be single and childless by 2030. These women will carry the load alone, not by choice, but by collapse. And the same traits that were once ridiculed in Black women, your independence, your fire, your ability to endure, they will become their survival tools if they're strong enough. See, what you were told you did the wrong way will soon become the only way forward. Let them learn. Let them carry that load. Let them feel the weight you shouldered for generations. This isn't about revenge. It's about recognition. And now it's your turn to rest. Black American women, this is your soft girl era. This is your white couch season. What happened to you was not your fault. It wasn't a string of bad decisions. As I said, it was systematic warfare. It was state-sponsored trauma. It was economic sabotage, a cultural assault designed to destabilize your household and break your will, but you survived. And not only did you survive, you kept Black American culture alive. And now the broader community, the gender war, it's got to end, brothers, sisters. We can't afford to be divided when every corner of this society is turning hostile toward us. It's We're facing attacks from all sides. Caribbeans, Africans, Latinos, white folk. Our cultural demands, we adapt in this moment, and adaptation means reconciliation. Not more blame, not more finger pointing, just healing, rebuilding together. Again, let me say this again. Black women, you didn't fail us. You saved us. And now finally you get the rest. Now, I'm going to take the opportunity to thank each and every one of you all who contributed to the Cash App and the Super Chat. And then I'm going to read this blistering closing statement that I got for y'all. Y'all hit the number 1 button. Let me know you're in here like swimwear. I want to take the opportunity. Let me see here. Let me talk to these people. Man, let me put my mood music on. Let me get my music playing so I can get it popping, man. Yeah. Already. There it is. So I got the cash app on the top of the bottom. And I want to shout out to all the people who contribute to the cash app. Let me start off with let me see here. Shout out to Mr. Johnson, shout out to Mr. Booker, and shout out to Miss Wright. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Let's go ahead. We got 36 super chats. Let's see if we get to 40. All right. Now, the thing is, I'm going to take my time to read each and every one. Good evening, Uncle D. The boys are getting big and strong. Keep the clips coming. Yes, sir. My man TRQ has been here for a long time. Reviewing, reviewers, reviews. I'm going to call you R. I've been flagged for defending against racist attacks against our people too, but I keep posting. I screenshot it, print it, and file it away. Thank you so much. Try hard 123. Thank you for the super sticker. JC, Kamala and Obama was coming for us. Thank you. Yeah, they sure was. We got 37 super chats. Look, you don't owe me nothing. Let me just establish that. If you learn something, I should earn something. That's my feeling. If you don't, that's cool too. But that's where I'm at. But man, I appreciate everybody for contributing. So, you know, I'm not begging out here at all. I'm just saying thank you so much. And if you earn something, I should learn something. You should pay for quality. You have to. Otherwise, you don't have it. But anyway, shout out to Chris Barber. What time to be alive? Black is beautiful. Yes, it is. Keisha Miles, welcome to the membership, baby. Thank you so much. The original white Americans and black Americans have an understanding. We don't like each other, but we're Americans and we close right. Yeah, that's it. I mean, it's not that we don't necessarily like each other. We just don't really want to be around each other like that. We'll fight wars together. We'll play football together, but then we want to go back to our community. You know what I'm saying? It's a peculiar relationship that's developed over half a million. Hell, some of us related. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of white people that ain't quite white. It's a hilarious situation, but we're all Americans. And I love my country. Win, lose, or draw. I love the United States of America. We're blessed to live in this country. You don't believe me? Go take a flight 4 or 5 hours south. You know what I'm saying? Go check that out. But go try to speak your mind in Britain and see if you don't have the police knocking on your door. But anyway, thank you so much, Keisha Miles. She says, I've been in Dearborn in Southwest Detroit. I love seeing. Thanks, Uncle Trump. You a mess. Thank you, Miss Miles. Urban Eagle, thank you for the $5 super sticker. Tables, Judah, knowledge is power. Thank you. Essential entities, peace and blessing to the families. Watch out for the Trojas, goats, greatest of all time, sellouts. Dr. Claude Anderson spoke of on Europeans paying attention to Africans, not having a sincere concern. Foreigners and the people there. Thank you so much. My man, Triple R, reviewers, reviewing. When I saw that African woman, we declared war on your video, I was like, what? Evil grins. Like, yeah, they don't know, but y'all don't ever. Why would you get these people started? Look, I feel sorry for y'all. Y'all shouldn't have got these black Americans started. This is not going to work out. Who sold you into dysfunction? Thank you so much. Johnny Harris says these Africans are cowards because they left their country to fight to improve. Yeah, I mean, if something really go down, they just going to go home. They're not here to fight. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Flowers Galore. Uncle D, I call you selfish. I apologize. It's all right, baby. Don't worry about it. Good looking out. Who else? David Johnson, the asshole. They're going to learn today, August 1st, trillion FBA power. Thank you so much, brother. Let me see here. We got David Johnson, the a-hole, says, I always boils down to just plain old jealousy when it comes to it. Others. We got 42 super chats. Are we going to get to 45 before I get all the way through? Got a ways to go. Let me see here. Jealousy when it comes down to others, their resentment of us. Oh, well, we can't help it. We're the chosen people. Amen to that. David Johnson. Dennis. Hey, what's up, fam? Appreciate you. Let me see. Willis Addison. B1 fam, you speak on Sierra citizenship, grift to Benin. I'm going to have to look into that, man. You know, I'm very focused on what I'm doing, and that is really teaching our people our history. so that they can understand the patterns and recognize the direction that we're heading. And so oftentimes I don't focus on individuals unless it falls into a context that is something that I can deliver and discuss on a broader scale, you know, and that way you get more out of it. But, you know, thank you. So in other words, I try to remain philosophical as opposed to personal, you know. I like to put things in context. So I'd have to look into that. But thank you so much. But I will say this, it's about taxes. They are always going to take the richest and give them citizenship, because guess what? That leads to taxes and homes and so on and so forth. Nevertheless, man, I've dragged on. We got 44 super chats. Let's get to 45 and that'll be live. Willis Anderson, don't settle, young brother. Only a strong FBA sister. Good looking out, brother. I tell my son, look, what's the point of us doing all this work? And, you know, I'd like my sons to marry them a nice black girl. You know, to me, you know, it don't really matter if she black American or some, you know, other sort of black. I just want them to be of African descent. You see what I'm saying? And a good girl. That's what I want for that's my biggest, a good woman for my sons, preferably of African descent, you know, and that's what I ask. But, you know, every man has his own path, but they typically will, you know, listen to dad. David Johnson, a-hole, they jealously and ignorantly speak on us without even truly and fully knowing our history. And that's how we know it's simply just hate. All right, thank you so much. Penny Ford, what's up, baby girl? You making it to Ohio? We got 45 super chats. Are we gonna get to 50? That'll be nifty. Penny Ford, never been about race for me. It's always been and will always be about culture for me. And us FBAs are the flavor of their. Did y'all learn a lot about culture? That's my thing. Did you guys learn what culture is? I hope I've helped expand your understanding of what culture is. That was the whole point of this, okay? So let me know if you did. If you learned some about culture, tell me what you picked up tonight. I want to read the chats. Black Sand, thank you for the $1.99. We got 45 super chats. Are we gonna get to 50? My man Jedi Sage said tuition. Thank you so much. David Johnson, thank you, family. Let me see what you said here. Teach, brother, teach. I will. Tobias Judah, once Unk on point. Thanks for the lesson. Yeah, man, no problem. Jedi Sage, you represent us in a great way. Thank you. No problem, brother. I appreciate you. David Johnson, we've always set the trend example. We put so many nice rims on our cars. The car dealers started selling cars off the lot with rims. That's true. Good point. Penny Ford, our music. The Michael Jacksons, she said the Michael Jacksons, the Whitney Houstons, let's see here, the Stevie Wonders, etc. music that the world loves comes from the very specific struggle that our people fought and survived and must be respected. Ain't that the truth? Yes, that's right. JW, thank you for the super sticker. David Johnson, when Africans say we're lazy, they work harder. That's just them virtue signaling to their white daddy saying, pick me, desperate people are dangerous. That's true. A very good point. Yeah. Willis Addison, we are the bridge that connects all to morality. Yes, we are. John Hill, 1999 super sticker. Thank you so much. Trey Hard, thank you so much for the super sticker. Also, Eshra Reborn, thank you, Dennis, for acknowledging Black women's contribution to survival of our people. Oh, it was absolutely crucial. I mean, you know, anybody, I don't care who you are, is that we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Black women. The strong, independent, I don't need a man adaptation was just saying, well, I ain't got a man, so I don't need one. Because I got to say I don't need one, even though most women want a man to help bear that burden. They had to do what they had to do. What would she do? Abandon her children, let her children die? Let the community die, let her loved ones die? She had to do what she had to do. And, you know, that's just something we got to deal with. That's something that's cultural. It's an adaptation to the environment. It is what it is. And you know, we have to just recognize that. But what's going to happen is Black women are going to be, what's the word I'm looking for? Validated. They will be, once all these other women have to fill the role of strong, independent, and don't need a man because they can't get a man because men don't want to marry them and they by themselves, you know, Black women will be vindicated. Somebody type vindicated in the chat room. It's coming. Winter's coming. But the thing is, black women can deal with winter if they raised by other strong black women. You understand me? They'll make it happen, like they always have. Review, but some people are gonna be out in the cold. These women who are used to, you know, having patriarchal men tell them what to do, take care of everything. It ain't gonna be a nice winter for them. They're gonna be in the streets. Be ready to step over the bodies. Review, Triple R, fact, filled, no lies detected. Yes, sir. Bobby Williams, I appreciate the knowledge and information. No problem, fam. Try hard. Thank you for the super sticker. Reviewing. Triple R, it is. Time for all you, and keep them coming. I will. Crystal Priest super sticker. Yaya's kids. Thank you for the $10 super sticker. Proximity, thank you so much. Mr. Hunter 5150, thank you for the super sticker. Theodis, thank you so much for the $10 super sticker. The trust in the Lord, thank you for the teaching. Bless you. Yes, all right, cool. So we got 45 super chats. Shout out to everybody who came through with the 45 super chats. Maybe we'll get to 50 before I finish this, but let me go ahead and give y'all this work. Y'all hit the #1 button. Let me know if you can hear me clearly. Man, it's been a good broadcast, man. I've enjoyed it. I got a little bit more to say. I'm not gonna hold y'all up too long, but it needs to be said, right? If you enjoyed the broadcast, let me know you enjoyed the broadcast by subscribing to the channel. That's the way you let me know you enjoy the broadcast. Go ahead and hit that subscription button. I have like 45% of the people that review my channel are not subscribed. That ain't cool, baby. That's rude, baby. And y'all make sure y'all do that. And again, make sure if you've been in a car accident, call your Hall of Fame inducted attorney, Dennis Spurling. I'm right here. You can reach me at 713-229-0770. Only for accidents. Whether it's a serious accident, trip and fall, car accident, 18-wheeler, y'all call me up because I got a day job. See, I'm not like Dr. Umar Johnson. I kept my day job, baby. Okay, I keep all my little licenses active. Okay, I ain't really trying to depend on your little donations, and I'm not gonna try to build no school either. This is where you're gonna learn right here. If I was to open a school, it'd be like, all right, y'all can send everybody to my backyard. Okay, when I get off work, we're gonna teach a couple of classes. That's how I work. We're gonna do it like our people did. We're gonna teach what the teacher need to be taught at. All right, and we're not gonna have to build a building to do it. If you got the teacher, that's where you need to do it. Right there. That's where it all starts, right there. Yeah, man. But anyway, family. Yeah, y'all call me if you've been in a car accident. Wherever you are in the country, hit Uncle D up, man. I got friends all over America. But let's do this. So let's be brutally honest with each other. This tension, right? I don't think it's rooted in a genuine desire for unity. It's rooted in envy. But we talking about Black America rejecting this failed African culture, and I gave you some reasons why. But the only reason that this conversation even exists is because some people, particularly certain African voices, can't stomach the reality that foundational Black Americans have done what few others could. We survived, we adapted, and we thrive in the most cutthroat cultural ecosystem on Earth, the United States of America. You see? And it is only that African arrogance, boasted by those colonial era delusions of grandeur that rubbed off on them, that blinds some of our continental cousins to the fact that they're not superior to us in any measurable way. Economically, we're richer. Even the ones that come over here, when you compare our top 10% of foundational Black Americans to the top 10% of Africans and the top 10% of Caribbeans, we are blowing them out the water. Culturally, do you think African culture is more dominant worldwide than Black American culture? The whole world knows us. Shout out to Sonya C. We are known globally. We are a tiny minority in the United States of America, way over here across the water, and we are known across the world. We're more visible. We're more imitated. We're more respected, even in their countries. And yes, stylistically, musically, physically, Black Americans set the tone. They want to, when they think, when people look Black, they want to look like Black Americans. They don't want to look like y'all. Your foreheads are too big. Let me stay on subject, but the foreheads are too big. Just start with that. But Black Americans globally are the standard of cool and charisma and cultural gravity. And here is the part that stings. We didn't become this in spite of escaping African culture. We became this because we escaped it. You see? While ancestral ties have their place, the truth is African systems, social, political, economic, have repeatedly failed to modernize, to compete, and to withstand pressure. You didn't build Silicon Valley. You didn't birth jazz. You didn't birth blues and hip hop or the civil rights movement. We did, because we had to. We evolved past you to survive. America is the apex predator of cultures, ruthless, competitive, capitalist, and cold. It doesn't coddle weakness. It doesn't subsidize failure. It demands results or extinction. And in the furnace, in that furnace, foundational Black Americans didn't just survive. We sharpened ourselves into steel. We became the ultimate adaptation of human resilience. We didn't just integrate, we innovated. We didn't just cope, we created the cultural blueprint for the modern world. This country operates on the law of you eat what you kill, and we learn to hunt. We built legacy where there was loss. We built rhythm from rupture. We became apex beings in an apex system. So let's get something straight. This isn't just about cultural differences, it's about respect. Don't come into the house we built trying to redecorate. Don't show up decades late, centuries late, trying to claim birthrights you never fought for. Don't lecture the architects while you stand on the foundation that our blood poured. We are foundational Black Americans, refined by resistance, baptized in struggle, and elevated through unmatched perseverance. We owe no one an apology for our evolution. If anything, you should be taking notes. And let's push this even further. This is not a debate about aesthetics or wealth. It's about adaptation. We took the harshest conditions ever imposed on human beings: chattel slavery, lynchings, convict leasing, redlining, Jim Crow, COINTELPRO, mass incarceration, anti-Black systematic racism, and turned that pressure into power. The world copies our swag and mimics our speech and dances to our music and builds entire industries off our struggle. That's cultural alchemy. That's survival redefined. We didn't run like you all. We didn't fold like you all. We transformed. Meanwhile, those who stay behind, many of whom now critique us from the collapsing rooftops of these failed post-colonial states and countries, you had a clean slate. You didn't have chains, you didn't have plantations, you didn't have Jim Crow, you didn't have anti-Black racism, and what did you build? You didn't build a Wakanda. You built kleptocracies. You built child soldiers. You built economic dependence. You built tribal warfare. You built overt sexism, female mutilation. You built civil unrest. You weren't colonized because of white supremacy. You collapsed because your culture systems couldn't hold the weight of the modern world. Shout out to Afro Merchant. And now you're fleeing those failed countries that you messed up. And you come to our doorstep, the very country built by our labor and our intellect and our ancestors, and you dare insult us. No. No. Not gonna happen. Let me remind you again who built this. Not just our labor, but in law, civil rights. That was us. Voting rights. That was us. Affirmative action. That was us. Desegregation. That was us. HBCUs, Black Wall Street, the Harlem Renaissance, Motown. All of it came from our blood, our brains, and our boldness. We didn't inherit this position. We earned it. We fought for every inch. We reshaped the entire cultural and legal landscape of America. And now you want to ride our wave without respecting the current? You want the benefits without understanding the burden? Absolutely, positively not. Let me make this plain. Foundational Black Americans are not anyone's stepping stone. We're not your cultural ATM, diaspora. We're not your scapegoat when you fail to compete in this ruthless American environment. You benefit from our work. The real, very freedoms and access you enjoy here exist because we bled to make them. The least you can do is show respect. That's all we were asking. But now I think the price is a little high. To my people, now is not time to shrink or apologize. It's time to rise. Because see, these people are not just coming for our names or our culture. They're coming for our legacy. And let me be perfectly clear. I, Dennis Spurling, the Blizzard King, will not allow our identity to be hijacked or erased, not on my watch. And I hope you stand with me on that. We endured slavery, we endured segregation, we endured state-sanctioned genocide just to hand our legacy over to a bunch of opportunists and cultural colonizers in blackface? No, hell no. So from this day forward, let it be known we're drawing the line, we're reclaiming the narrative, we're defining our space, we're setting the cultural standard. And if anyone has a problem with that, you're more than welcome to leave. Leave our country and leave the house the foundational Black Americans built. Let's settle this once and for all. We don't want your African culture. Black American culture is not an offshoot or a derivative of African traditions. It is wholly unique. It is a survival system engineered through centuries of trauma, resistance, and transformation. What we built here is not a broken version of what you left behind. It's a better version. It's battle tested. It's future facing. It's culturally dominant. And let's not pretend your systems would work here. They wouldn't. The stakes are higher. The enemies are closer. The consequences are fatal. Your tribal customs, your imported religions, your social hierarchies, none of them apply in this war zone called America. In fact, they just get us unalive. You talk about patriarchy, but what you really have is performative kingship. See, your men want thrones without responsibility. See, a real patriarchy, the man takes the weight. The man serves and protects and provides. The man puts his life on the line for his family, not just in the face of physical danger, but also he works and sacrifices his life to provide for his family. All that African version of patriarchy does is keeps women working while men pose. Don't bring that here. We've already paid the price to forge something stronger. We don't need your flags. We don't want your gods. We're not adopting a failed system that folded when the first European ship came ashore and offered you a few shillings and trinkets and nuggets of gold. Keep your culture. If it works for you over there, so be it. Don't bring it over here. And especially expecting us to kneel. We already saved ourselves. And we intend to keep it that way. This is Uncle D. I love you all, as I always say at this time. I'm out.
Dennis Spurling.
In the city where the lights don't sleep, Uncle D got the vibe so deep. Representing men strong and free.
Here in Lukeville, we are quite literally in the middle of nowhere. 2.5 hours to the closest major city.
Where the rhythm flows. Black men rising, that's how it goes. Uncle D got the truth to show. In his heart, that's where the fire glows. Late night tuning, light up the stream. Dennis Spurling, wisdom gleam. Voices whisper truth and insight. In his podcast, feel the light. Harmony in every word. Truth and laughter you've heard. That's all right. Wave after wave of smooth delight. Dennis brings the dark to light. That's the Elizabeth, baby! Share the tales unfold. The stories war like morning gold. Feeling the wisdom inside me. Subscribe and like time after time.
Black men, black men, black men. I want to salute you. The incarceration rate is down. The education rate is up. We up. We win. We are doing great for ourselves. So you should salute yourselves. Shout out to all the brothers out there, whether you're a truck driver or an engineer, whether you're an electrician or garbage man, a doctor, a lawyer, if you're a hard-working brother, if you fresh out the penitentiary, but you on your grind and you doing it legal and you trying to make amends for yourself, man, I salute you too, brothers. God bless you. This is Uncle D, and you know, I'm out.